Check. Check. Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. The Uganda Parliamentary Fellowship announces the 9th Women Forum of the Uganda National Prayer Breakfast, which will take place on Tuesday, 7th October at Hotel Africana, starting at 7 a.m. You are accordingly notified and invited. Honourable members, upon the approval of the loan for upgrading Bugiri Hospital yesterday, I have received a number of petitions. Requesting that all their hospitals should be looked at, and I think the Ministry of Health needs to comprehensively look at the hospitals which are in dilapidated state. The petition I received this morning was from Sorota Hospital, but leave Sorota alone. There are so many hospitals that need to be looked at, so that we see how we can be able to work on a number of hospitals. But we want to thank them for the Bugiri Hospital, but we also want the other hospitals to be worked on in the country. I want to thank you so much. Like if you look at Kamuli Hospital, which is they call it Mulago. That hospital receives patients from Buyende, from everywhere. That hospital in Kamuli should actually also be worked on. And of course, as I said before, the petition I have received is for a petition from Sorota Hospital. The ministry should make sure they work on the regional hospital, because the current one we have is more of a district hospital. So I want the minister to look at that and report to this house. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker.
I did not give you, I gave volume.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the House and to thank you for the good work you are doing for this country, more so in the areas of health. You know, when you have healthy population, then it means you have a good working population. Right Honourable Speaker, as you have stated, that when you look at Kamuli Hospital, it's not only that Kamuli Hospital treats only the people of Kamuli, But I want to assure you that even we as the neighboring district, people from Jinja, we also go to Kamuri for the same. And when you look at Busoga as a sub-region, the 12 districts, the only referral hospital that we have is Jinja Hospital. And when you go to Jinja Hospital, is densely populated. Not only that, we have the new constituencies, Right Honorable Speaker, like my constituency. As per now, it's a policy of this government for each constituency at least to have a health center 4. But up to now, my constituency, we have only health center 2s and 3s. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, government, I hope you're taking a note.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, and I rise on reaction to your communication, and also thank honorable members for Bujiri Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to specifically thank you that this is the second big achievements we are getting in Busoga under your leadership. You remember very well the issue of Busoga University was sorted by yourself. Yesterday, Bujiri Hospital came and it passed in this house, Right Honorable Speaker, and I know more things are going to come, and we are very proud of you, Right Honorable Speaker, as Busoga and as members of Parliament, and I know you are going to take care of the interest of all the other regions so that we move together in unison, Right Honorable Speaker. Information, Basalirwa.
I want to thank you, Commissioner, for giving way. The information I want to give is that the Speaker actually has all the right to favor Busoga because she's actually part of Busoga, as you are
Honorable
aware.
members,
That's the information I wanted to give.
I am a national leader. I am a national leader. What I do for Busoga, I do it for all other regions. But has he finished? He has not finished. For you, you're even a mayor now.
Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we want to request you as the head of the legislature in this country, and all of us, honorable members, this time when we are going into the next budgeting cycle, we should give hospitals and our health centers a priority. I saw the happiness and the celebration that the people of Bujiri had yesterday. It means when you touch health, it means you're touching the health and the lives of Ugandans directly. So I think in the next budgeting cycle, I request honorable members, we focus on all these other hospitals like the ones that have brought petitions and even those that have not petitioned, so that we move together and support the health center in this country.
And of course that improves on the service delivery. We need healthy population. Yes, you'll give a response later. Yes, the mayor.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, we appreciate Parliament for accepting that we upgrade some hospitals. But before we go to that, Right Honorable Speaker, it is the policy of the government to make sure that every constituency has at least a health center 4. This one assists to decongest the hospitals and the referral hospitals. But it is very unfortunate that much as some of us we are celebrating from the other wing, in my constituency where even UPDF was...
Which one? Which constituency now?
No, the constituency is still Igara West because I'm still representing them up to the end of May. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is very unfortunate that in my constituency, government had actually brought contractors on site, the UPDF, whom they've been singing they are so effective, but I'm yet to see because they normally sit here and I've never seen them anyway. But anyway, Right Honourable Speaker, the point I'm bringing, as government is planning to upgrade other hospitals, how about other constituencies without even a single health center for? So my prayer, Right Honourable Speaker, is that this government of ours, are you writing, Your Honourable Bahati? Okay, this government of ours must pull up stockings, because you can even see the bench, Right Honourable Speaker, is empty, almost empty, to make sure that our views can be taken up. So my prayer is to make sure even constituencies that are not yet accredited with health center force, it is our right. We are seeking your favor, because we have also a connection. You can be also a muramu all the way from the other side to make sure that we also get that favor. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Members, I did not give any favor. It is government responsibility to ensure that it delivers what is expected in terms of service delivery, the hospitals, the schools, the roads, all those things. My work is just to chair this house. When you're making appropriation, I chair when you're making appropriation for the good of this whole country. And I will never tell you that let's appropriate for where I come from first. No. I do not look at where I come from first. Okay? Yes, Ethan?
Thank you so much.
Seriously, Honorable Minister, we need to have a comprehensive study on issues of health care, where you have a sub-county that does not even have a health center for, a county which has no health center for. We need to look at that and see how we can make priority in the next budgeting season.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, last financial year, we agreed as Parliament, and we even appropriated that 80 billion to ensure that the health center force are catered for. And we agreed here that let's solve the matter of health, and let's ensure that health center force are well capacitated. They have at least key items to have a certain patient worked on. And we are aware that hospitals are overloaded, and right now they are overwhelmed because the health centers, from health center 2, health center 3, health center 4, because for them, they don't have that capacity to handle even almost anything. At many times, like for me, the Wakiso Health Center Force, you reach that they cannot even have certain medicines. So, Honourable Speaker, I pray, as we are thinking of how best to ensure that our hospitals, I'm saying this because a hospital like Entebbe Referral Hospital, it used to be a district hospital for Wakiso, but now it's handling 5 districts. Its capacity, staffing levels are still for district level. So many other hospitals are in the same category. Can we plan, as we appropriate this financial year, to again look at our prior program of facilitating health center for? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, when I was communicating, I talked about the Women Fellowship. Now the parliamentary, Uganda Parliament hosts the national prayers every October. That is the parliamentary fellowship in Parliament, which is headed by Honorable Bahati David. And this year's national breakfast or prayer breakfast is going to be held on 8th October 2025. It will be at Entebbe, State House Entebbe at 7 a.m. The chief guest will be His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. The chief host is the Speaker of Parliament. The keynote speaker will be Bishop Masinde, the senior pastor from the Deliverance Church Umoja. And the theme of that day will be the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. I want to invite all of you to attend those prayers, and as we forgive each other and reconcile, really, for the good of our country. Yes, Mukatulik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my prayer, some of the new districts, like Kalungu, we have original hospitals under the Catholic Foundation or Church of Uganda. And when you visit Villa Maria Hospital, it has facilities better than Health Center Falls. One time I went to Zombo. There's another Catholic hospital there. But there was a policy which was helping these hospitals to run. In Kalungu, where I come from, Villa Maria Hospital works on Sembabule, works on Chiruhura.
That is a PHC.
Yes, works on Gomba. But we don't have doctors because those hospitals cannot afford paying doctors. And if a policy can be worked on, and the government can post some doctors in these hospitals, even the
Honorable Bahati, Minister, that's a very important point. There are some private-owned hospitals, like church-owned hospital, even privately owned by other people. If government can only do one thing, send doctors in those hospitals, and then they will give treatment as a subsidized rate, it would help.
Madam Speaker, as I conclude, if you go to Villa Maria Hospital, where I come from and where I was born, they have enough facilities, they have accommodation for doctors, first-class houses, but because they're incapacitated by income, based on the income of the people, they cannot, but they are seeking guidance and help from government, as you have. I'm going to give information. As you have stated, it could solve a lot of issues because already they are established, and the government is giving some little money, but employing doctors, nurses is very key.
Thank you. I was waiting for Christine. Now that Christine has come, let me to have Dr. Peya, Aru, Honorable Atkins, then JB.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for your communication and the success.
Maybe before you speak, in the public gallery we have students, pupils and teachers from Menya Primary School, from Queen County. Queen County, Queen District, you're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you. They are represented by Honorable William Chemongesi and Honorable Rose Emma Sherukut. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was thanking you so much for always guiding this House in matters of service delivery. And yesterday we passed this loan in a record, I think 1 minute, where there was no discussion, and we really thank you for that. That issues that affects our people is always a priority. Right Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, I was privileged to be a minister for 1 hour when the Minister of Health delegated me to hand over an ambulance in my health center 4 in Amolatar. I took an effort to visit or tour the health center. And what I saw there is that our health centers are more sick than the patients themselves. The issue of infrastructure of our health system is really wanting. And so as a house, I think we need to reprioritize and take affirmative action, the way you are doing for sports. If only we could stand our ground, pass a budget that would do at least a minimum renovation, to the extent that even just a bed to treat the patients are not there. So the issue of infrastructure, of health service, of our health system should really take priority. I know you're a people's person. Our theme for this parliament, the 11th parliament, has been the people's parliament. I think for the next 1 year remaining, or the next few months, let us do something for the health sector. It's really wanting. I thank you.
Thank you, and we must walk the talk. Yes, Aru.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. But above all, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm humbled that you had to speak about health. There are individuals down there, especially in Aru, whose life will change by your speech, the Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you so much for that motherly and kind-hearted spirit. Right Honorable Speaker, in Pade District, we only have 2 delivery beds.
2
delivery beds, and they are in Pajuri Health Center 4. The last time when Minister of Health was... The last time when Minister of Health was giving out delivery beds...
You have 2 delivery beds?
2 delivery
what
beds.
What about admission beds?
Admission bed in Pajule, we have around 10 for women and 10 for men.
What is the capacity of the labor ward?
The labor ward, it takes on only 1 mother.
But if you have 2, then where do you put the other?
There are rooms for the other beds, but they cannot. Most of the mothers deliver on the floor, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the last time...
There's a reaction from a doctor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
There's a reaction to what he's saying first.
To my colleagues, health issues are very sacrosanct, like you must know, and quite expensive. Majority of us are discussing about health issues, increasing, upgrading facilities, but the most important thing is to work on the preventive aspect of illnesses.
Doctor, what we are saying, the hospitals that are there, let's have them equipped. Let's have them equipped. Let's have where there are no beds, no medicines, no doctors, no what. Let's have those.
I agree with you, Right Honourable Speaker, but I want us also, I'm alluding the House to the aspect that as long as we don't work on the preventive aspect of these patients coming to the hospitals, we shall never get there. It is also important that members of Parliament and all other stakeholders primarily do the primary prevention of illnesses.
Order. Right Honourable Speaker.
There is an
order. Right Honourable Speaker, with due respect, I respect Dr. Kagabo as a credible doctor. But Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Kagabo, I'm not aware what he's talking about preventive. We are talking about pregnant mothers coming to the hospital. No, he's talking to deliver. No, he's talking about preventive mechanism. Right Honourable Speaker, is a trained doctor in order to mislead the House that even our women shouldn't conceive. Once they conceive, they would not have prevented themselves to deliver. Even attending family planning, they must go to the hospital.
Honorable,
is that preventive? Is he in order?
Doctor, you cannot say that women should go on preventive. Even the Bible says that go out to the world and reproduce. So don't tell us about preventive when somebody is going to give birth. What honorable members, what Honorable Christopher is raising is a pertinent issue on women going to give birth, and there is no delivery bed. If a woman is delivering on the ground, what does it cost us to put mere delivery beds there, admission beds there? You get it, eh? These are elementary. These are very small things that a woman expects out of a hospital. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. The other issue is UPDF was given 600 million to construct and upgrade our health center 3 to health center 4. Up to date, work has stalled at 80%. That was last year when they gave the money. So we call upon government to...
No, you first go back to where the UPDF is working from. find out, get a report. What is the problem? Were they given all the money or not? Let's get a report from there so that it is on that report that we can be able to act.
Right Honorable Speaker, they were given all the money. Money actually was sent
Okay, give me a report why they have not finished. Then we make a follow-up from there.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Finally, Right Honorable
Because we
Speaker.
need to act as leaders. Let's not start lamenting.
Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a pertinent issue happening in this country. Every time there is rehabilitation of hospitals, health centers, there is a special category of patients, and those are the mentally sick patients left out. They will upgrade the HIV section, they'll upgrade maternity wards, but you'll never find any upgrade taking place in the mental health clinics. It has come to a notion that the mentally sick are now being thrown at the backyard of the hospital. With a report given 1 month back by the director of Telecom, Dr. Nako, they need 2.4 billion so that they can employ more medics to handle these patients. Right, Honorable Speaker.
You see the problem? Some of you have been trained in that like you. Now want to come into politics. He's trained in mental health. They are all running to politics. That's where we are missing out. Anyway, we need that money for the mental health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Much obliged.
Thank you. Honorable Atkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
By the way, Honorable Christoph is a well-trained personnel on mental health. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I am concerned, and I need your procedural guidance, that we are talking about matters of health. The leader of government business is not in Parliament. The Minister of Health, Honorable Bahati could write, but you know that lately, Honorable Bahati also was hated by those people to the extent that even they rigged him out in the primaries. I don't know if he can still talk to those people.
Honorable,
no, I know they rigged my brother out.
Honorable saying, Medad,
yes, it is a fact.
Honorable Medad, you are also going to be rigged out. You
yes,
wait.
I know. That's why I'm complaining in advance. Because if it happens to my brother, it can happen to me. But then, I don't know if he can still talk to those people and they understand.
He does. He does. We are all in one government. Don't worry. Yes, Atkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Health is wealth, and health is life. Everything else can wait, but not health. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for prioritizing health of our fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, this is in regard to Bwera Hospital. Bwera Hospital right now is a general hospital, and as you're aware, Madam Speaker, Kasese District is such a big community district accommodating about 1.4 million Ugandans. And so you can imagine 1.4 million Ugandans being served by one general hospital. Madam Speaker, it's my prayer this afternoon that this House considers upgrading Bwera Hospital to a regional hospital, because it not only attends to our fellow citizens, but also to our neighbors in the DRC, Madam Speaker. So this hospital, Bwera Hospital, is overwhelmed. I would really appreciate, as a community, upgrading Bwera Hospital into a regional hospital. On the same note, Madam Speaker, there is a hospital in Kasese municipality called St. Mary's Hospital. There was put in place by the generosity and kindness of the German people through the partnership with your dad, who also happens to be my dad, the Right Reverend Bishop Kibira Francis Kembali. Madam Speaker, the hospital and the bishop, your dad, who is also my dad, has a request that government should step in to give us specialists. Madam Speaker, it is fully fledged in terms of infrastructure and equipment from Germany, and I think it would really serve us good as a community and as a country if our government offered the specialists to St. Mary's Hospital. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Honorable JB.
Thank you.
Let's be briefer. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Why I threw my full weight behind that loan for refurbishment of Bujiri Hospital is because Bujiri Hospital, Bududa Hospital are among the 22 hospitals that were constructed after independence by the late Dr. Milton Obote. And the concern
by his government.
The concern is that we have of the deplorable state of these hospitals are almost similar. The buildings are dilapidated, and the case of Bududa is even worse because during critical health crisis, during disasters, it is overwhelmed by casualty cases, which are referred to Mbale, and you know, the hospital state, Sore state is conjoined to the state, to the deplorable state of the road. And it becomes very difficult for some of these emergency cases to reach the referral hospital of Mbale. And you know, Bududa Hospital, I must say, this petition that has come from Soroti Hospital and others is a blessing in disguise. So that maybe the House recoils back and plans better for all these dilapidated hospitals. Because Bududa Hospital serves not only Uganda, it has over 5 districts within Uganda, from Namisindwa, Manafa, Ronko, parts of Mbale, but Kenya majorly. At one time, I think 4 years ago, when there was an outbreak of dysentery in the neighboring Kenya, most of those cases were actually brought to Bududa Hospital. And we ended up again having many of our people affected by the same. So I would conclude with a plea to my good friend, the Honorable Bahati, about the National Prayer Breakfast. You remember we had agreed when I was actively participating, that time I had not been promoted. I was a bishop, but now I've been promoted to presiding apostle. And we had a unanimous agreement that National Prayer Breakfast should not be held in the State House. It cuts off most of some of the believers who think that the guest of honor, who is none other than the president, is also chairman of a party, and this particular prayer breakfast should not have partisan colors. It should be non-partisan. And I don't know why, after we upheld this proposal, still National Prayer Breakfast continue to be held in State House. Yes, please. Because Abed Wanika was part of the meeting that agreed on this.
Thank you for giving way. Right Honorable, I'm a member of the Fellowship and the National Prayer Breakfast. I want to agree with Honorable Nambeshi. A National Prayer Breakfast, last year we had it in the State House. We can alternate and have the National Prayer Breakfast at Kololo so that everyone will have an opportunity to participate. We want to participate, but there are connotations.
We can even have in our gardens here.
Yes, yes. So I want to call upon the leadership of the National Prayer Breakfast. The fact that we have baptized it a National Prayer Breakfast, and you have rightly, Right Honorable, mentioned the wonderful theme that it is forgiveness. So we should have an opportunity for everyone, whether people are in opposition, whether they are in which party. A venue, a location is very, very important. So we want to call upon the leadership to consider our request that this year's National Prayer Breakfast should shift to a place that can attract everyone.
Thank you. Honorable will respond to that. On the same, I thought you would speak last. Milton. Members, let's finish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me thank you for the communication, but also salute you for always giving priority to matters that affect Ugandans. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday after passing that great loan that Honourable Nambeshe has been referring to, I got numerous messages of gratitude to you that you made the commitments to Ugandans at some fora. They will always be giving priority to matters that affect the local person. Right Honourable Speaker, as some of your contacts somewhere, we speak with the pride that yes, you are delivering to Ugandans. That hospital has been sick. It has been sick, handling sick patients, but as we talk, people are now smiling that yes, we are giving hope. Madam Speaker, the other day, when Iruwoka, Iganga, Kamuli Road had stalled, you put the Minister of Task here, General Katumba Amala, who committed that October things are taking shape. That's the tarmacking of that great road that has been long awaited. So we salute you for always addressing and presiding over a house that is speaking to the plight of Ugandans. I thank you and wish you well.
Thank you so much. Honorable Muhammad. Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. To me, allow me to thank you for fighting for Ugandans. But there is something disturbing me. I come from Katerera constituency, whereby I represent the people of Katerera. I have 5 sub-counties. The good thing with our government, they have provided for us health center 3s. Where there is health center 4, it is almost 16 kilometers from Katerera. Last year, we lost 2 women with their babies in their thighs because of lacking health center 4. At the same time, the roads are very bad. So, Right Honourable Speaker, it disturbs my mind, whereby I need your advice. We have given over 20 billion to rehabilitate Bujiri Hospital. I mean, $20 million.
$20 million.
Whereas in my constituency, I need only about 2 or 1 billion to have health center for. Kindly, I request our good government, give us priorities. Other constituencies also, they have health center for. Our people are dying. I thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
And if you heard from my original statement that we should take priority of all the hospitals, let's look at all the health sector for us to be able to manage. Because if you look at such a distance, the best thing would be to make a health center 3 where somebody can go and give birth, other than going to a district hospital or to the health center 4. We need to equip those health centers. Yes, Joseph.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank you very much for your communication, especially on the issues concerning the health systems of this country. Right Honourable Speaker, Bundibugyo Hospital is one of the hospitals which was built during Obote's regime. And Bundibugyo Hospital is one of the 4 hospitals which were selected to be rehabilitated under Badea project.
Among the 22.
Where first it was the 4 first, including Yumbe and Kayunga, way back in 2019. Today it is 2025. Up to now, the hospital has never been considered for rehabilitation. Right Honorable Speaker, this hospital serves Congo, serves Ntoroko district, and serves Bundibugyo district, and the population has grown. To the extent, Right Honorable Speaker, even the only road which connects us to Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital is broken down. Even soon, we are going to be cut off completely. The road is not being worked on, the only road we have. The hospital, since 2019, has never been rehabilitated. The other hospitals have been rehabilitated and commissioned. Yesterday, we have passed a loan for Bujiri Hospital under the same project which was supposed to be for Bundibugyo. For us, we have not petitioned, but Right Honorable Speaker, we shall not stop talking, and we pray that Bundibugyo Hospital should be urgently considered among the mentioned 20 or any other opportunity which comes along, but Bundibugyo Hospital should be prioritized. Thank you.
Honorable Mara Lob.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your statement regarding our health services. This morning, Right Honorable Speaker, I went to Bunyoni to attend the budget conference. In the budget strategy under human capital development, the health issues is appearing prominently. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the actual provision of money for health services is always very small. For example, we only were given 33 billion this financial year to cater for the reconstruction of health center 2s, 3s and 4s, which is quite minuscule. What I would like to propose is that the efforts of the Minister of Health, she's always come to the House here to say, why don't we look for funds, some good amount of money, whether it's borrowed funds, so that we deal in a very comprehensive way these health services across the country. Some of these health centers, called health center 3s and 4s, are in name, but when you look at the standards of infrastructure which is required there, they are lacking. So I would like to urge this House that we are the ones with the power of appropriation. Let's start engaging the executive now, and we look for sufficient amount of money so that we can, in a very comprehensive way, deal with the health infrastructure in the country, especially health center 3s and health center 4s, which is basically our first line of defense in helping the people of Uganda. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lob.
Honorable Speaker, yesterday we joined the people of Bujiri in celebrating, however momentarily it might be, that Parliament gave a green light for these $20 million US to be gotten to rehabilitate Bujiri Hospital, because that hospital is very sick. That's for sure. I am hoping that the excitement for the people of Bujiri will not be momentary. For many reasons. You know, many times we borrow money and it remains undisbursed. I hope this won't be the case, because as of end of last year, in our country's record books, we had 16.4 trillion Uganda shillings undisbursed loans. And last year, as a country, we paid 74 billion shillings in commitment fees. Those are fines you pay for money that was lent to you, but you're not utilizing it. Because once the lender lends you money, they don't care whether you're utilizing the money or not, they have lent you. So last year, this is 74 billion shillings, which is like getting and you throw in a pit latrine. commitment fees, and the 16.4 trillion remains undisbursed. We need to stop this. Government, come and borrow money when you're ready to utilize it. Now, my honorable brother might be excited, but then another, I don't know how many years might elapse before this money is released and the hospital gets to be refurbished. Because we have seen this happen again and again. Hopefully, we'll get to do better. Because you see, our debt burden continues to grow. We are now at 107 trillion shillings. But you see, a good chunk of that is money we are not utilizing. So why do we borrow it if we are not ready to put it to use? Why? It does not make sense at all. I hope this is not one of those cases. But, Honorable Speaker, also, we hope that for the umpteenth time, government can come with a comprehensive plan to refurbish health facilities in this country. Whether it be the infrastructure, whether it be staffing, all these are numerous challenges across. Busoga region alone, where Bujiri falls, as per the 2024 National Population and Housing Census, has got an approximate population of 4.37 million people. That's just Busoga region alone. How many functional hospitals are in that region? It's the second largest population by region. How many can you talk about? And that's why now, Bujiri is very excited that at least money has been borrowed to deal with this one. Now you widen the circle, go outside of Busoga. If every member in this house across the aisle got a chance to talk about the health care situation in their constituency, you would be appalled. Health centers are non-functional, there's no doctors, theaters are full of bats and rats, theaters. In fact, doctors fear to go there. They say, we cannot go and work in those places. People are taken there, and what is there is probably Panadol. We need a comprehensive plan to revamp healthcare in this country. We cannot just do it piecemeal. Until when? You come with a comprehensive plan, tell us that for all your health centers, we are going to borrow money, however unsustainable that is. But let there be a plan. Let's come here and debate that plan. Okay. Tell us this is what we want to do. This is how we are going to find that money so that we deal with the healthcare challenge in the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers from North Road Primary School from Bale. You're welcome all the way from Bale. They are here to observe the proceedings. They are represented by Honorable Connie Galwango and Honorable Ambede Theis. Thank you so much for coming. And when you go back, you... and then in this other side of the gallery, we have pupils and teachers from Ikwera, Negri School for the disabled and from Kwania district. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. And they are represented by Honorable Kai Bob and Honorable Auma Kelly. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, to have allowed me to receive this my own from North Road. We used to call them North Road academic fighters because of the academic excellence they have exhibited the years in and the years out. And actually in the sub-region, they remain to be the first among equals. You are most welcome to the National Assembly, and please keep that track record up, and may God abundantly bless you.
Amen. Thank you. Honourable members, Honourable Minister, the issues of health sector, as you've heard about revamping the whole health sector, and we have all this needs a multi-sectoral approach. When you talk about, you find some hospitals have no electricity because they cannot pay electricity. So women are delivering and they are using torches to give birth. You have the bad roads. For you to reach a hospital, there must be a bad road. Just like when you're entering the city here, if you don't get potholes, then you're not entering the city. And then the issue of personnel. There are no personnels, some of them don't have drugs, and then some of them really are in a dire state. So, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, for the discussion, this important matter of health. And I want to thank the Leader of Opposition for the insight into this debate. I just wanted to first clear one simple thing. While we were seated there, Madam Speaker, on the parliamentary website, somebody posted that on the right moment, MP Segona challenges Minister Bahati's capacity to represent government on the floor. I wanted to say on the firm note that I have overwhelming capacity to represent government on this floor.
It is on the record.
It's on the record.
And Honorable Bahati, as you're speaking, we have a strategic plan, the health sector strategic plan, which ends this financial year. So as government, you may need to come out and tell this country what next, what is in your next plan.
So we have noted the concerns of members, and I'm sure that these concerns have come at a very appropriate time when we're actually going to start the budget preparations, and where we'll have the budget framework paper. This budget framework paper lays out the strategy and the outlook of how things would work in the next financial year. So we hope that this parliament, members of parliament, will have valuable input in the budget framework paper. I just wanted to mention two things. One, to confirm that all the issues that have been raised, I do not know, Madam Speaker, how would you want us to take this, but I would propose that the Minister of Health should come, if you do accept, to again make a presentation here on how we are moving in terms of the health sector, and then maybe the Committee of Health can also look at this matter, and then as we debate and discuss the budget framework paper, then we can improve on how the health sector will look like next financial year. But as you know, the policy of government on health is to have, among other things, a national referral hospital, to have a regional hospital, to have a district hospital, a health center 4, and health center 3. Out of this, we are making some good progress. In some districts, actually, we have covered this. For example, district where I come from, Kabale, most of these things are in place. And we have seen benefits of the things that can be done when you have good functional health center 3. I want to tell you that in my own constituency alone, health center 3s help over 600 mothers to produce every month. So this can really make some good progress. But also you made a point, Madam Speaker and other members, one, that there are foundational bodies that have health units. There are even private sector hospitals. I know of some of the hospitals that have 200 beds, but they are not supported by government. I know we have PHC, money that comes from government to support these foundational bodies, but it's not enough. So these are some of the things that the Minister of Health will be able to sort out, to talk about when it comes to when you give her an opportunity to make a presentation. But I think it's a good idea that government comes in to work hand in hand with the private sector. I know for sure, like in Nansana, one of my friends has a hospital which has more than 20 beds of dialysis beds, more than what is at Mulago or what is at other hospitals. So if we work together with the private sector, we can achieve more. So, Madam Speaker, I'll be able to convey the message and request that when you avail the opportunity, the Minister of Health would be able to make a presentation here on the floor.
Honorable Bahati, there's information from Honorable Yume, but before he comes to that information, Dr. Yume and Dr. Muze will bear me witness. In my private hospital, I have over 200 beds. We do major operations, we do everything. The women give birth for free. For free. What would it cost the government to say, let's support that hospital by giving them midwives and gynecologists? Because they are giving birth for free, they get treatment for free. That is giving back to community. But government should be able to support. Yes, Dr. Yume?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable. Yes, the health sector has deficiencies, but I think we should not demonize it. There are indicators that we look at to look at progress of the health sector. And I want to tell this House and those watching and listening, maternal mortality, which is one of those indicators that we use to determine progress of the health sector. The maternal mortality of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, over the last 5 years has jumped from 330 deaths to 189, and it's one of the best in the region. Remember, Right Honorable Speaker, we were coming out of COVID, we were coming out of Ebola, and the chronic strikes. So I think we deserve a clap as government and as Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, there has also been tremendous investment in infrastructure in the health sector, and in the Lobs constituency, we have yet to be one of the best heart hospitals in Africa, and I think the Right Honorable Prime Minister did the groundbreaking in February. It was a $79 US loan from the Saudi fund, and once complete, we shall stop our heart patients going to Turkey, to India. So those are some of the things, and I think 3 weeks ago there was a loan request for a cancer center in Arua. The one in Bale will be soon coming aboard. It was in the same loan request by the Minister of Finance, and then Mbarara and so forth. So the issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is about appropriation. Once given the right funds, I think the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health would be in the right direction. The 10th Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, was able to borrow money, and I think over 200 health center 3s were built, and it's that same reason that we're able to see our maternal mortality reduce. So I would like to implore the House that avail the necessary funds, and we can revamp all these health center 4s we are talking about, all the ambulances that we need, and all the general hospitals that we need. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You can conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ayume. And in addition, as you know, in terms of the progress we're making in the health sector, our life expectancy has now increased to 63 years, up from 41 years in 1991. This is because of the good programs of the NRM government and supported by all of you. We are also having a plan. Madam Speaker, one of the questions that has been raised here is the personnel at the Health Center 3s and Health Center 4s. We are having a plan to recruit doctors, medical doctors, at Health Center 3s if resources allow. So these are some of the things that we shall be able to discuss during the budget framework paper, which is coming in December. On the venue of the National Prayer Breakfast, we will practically look at it at this tail end, but also I want to encourage my brother Nambeshi to demystify the State House. State House is for all of us. State House is for all of us, and where I have also seen
yes.
Madam Speaker, the law on presidential, vice president, prime minister's emoluments act gives benefit to holders of those offices, vehicles, houses. You mean the convoy of the president is for everybody? So those benefits are outlined in the schedule, in the law. So when the NRM people go to State House, they are abusing the law, eating our food and flushing our water. So is the minister in order to mislead Parliament on a statutory matter that is well defined, even to a senior 4 dropout to read, that the residence is a benefit to the holder of the office. That's why you cannot sleep there. Is he in order?
As far as I know, State House welcomes everybody. Even Honorable Semuju, at one time we met there. Before he became a politician.
Madam Speaker, we have never met in the State House with you.
You know, those are our inside things.
You are responsible for many things, including the record of Parliament.
Those
At
are
least
our
I have
inside
been
things.
there as a journalist many times to interview President Museveni, but I have never been there
Yes,
with
before
you.
you became a politician. You were
We
there.
didn't meet there. You were in FDC. Me, I was a journalist. But I want us to restrict ourselves
Honorable
to
members,
the
State
issue
House
of the law.
is for everybody. It's for everybody, and I want to welcome all of you to State House for prayer breakfast. And at least one thing, it is on record, he has been there. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now that we know that he has been there, and in the spirit of the theme for the day, the power of forgiveness and reconciliation, we truly forgive him. Thank you.
For lying. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Statement by Minister.
Let me vary the order paper and have two designations to be made by COW.
Designation of members to committees.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We're designating opposition members of Parliament to sectoral committees, and there are only 2 in number, in accordance with Rule 195.1 and Rule 196 of the Rules of Procedure of our Parliament. I hereby redesignate the following members to the sectoral committees as follows. The Honorable Adeke Anna Ebachu, the woman member of Parliament Soroti of FDC, is being redesignated from the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. I beg to designate. And the last one, Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Nabukenya Brenda, of Ruero, woman member of Ruero District of NUP. She's being withdrawn from the Committee on Education and Sports, and hereby redesignated to Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I beg to designate Madam
Put a
Speaker.
question. Those in favor of designation, say and the contrary. The ayes have it. The members are duly designated. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Statement by Minister on the cause of the brownish cloud, foul odor, and oily film and white cream on Lake Bunyoni and proposed actions. Response by the Shadow Minister.
Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 9th September 2025, the Minister of Water and Environment presented a statement on the flight of the state of Lake Bunyoni. I guided that the Shadow Minister in charge of water and environment would also present a response to what the minister presented. Then we'll do a debate on both after that. So we'll receive the report from the shadow, and then we'll have a debate on that report after that. And remember, we gave the minister another task to bring the report on all the other waters in the country, and they promised they would bring that by end of the month. So that's when we shall have that debate. Yes, Honorable Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Like it has already been highlighted, this is a statement in response to the minister's statement on the causes of brownish cloud, fall odor, oily film, and white cream on Lake Bunyoni, and proposed actions. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to respond to that statement. Right Honorable Speaker, while we commend the ministry to finally acknowledge this crisis after weeks of public outcry, the alternative government views the government's rapid assessment as shallow and reactive, failing to address years of neglect that have allowed preventable anthropogenic activities to push the lake to a tipping point. Right Honorable Speaker, because earlier we were supposed to share this statement on 18 September, the report has, I think, just been uploaded, and I request that members cross-check. But this is a statement in response. I request that we follow up. Right Honorable Speaker, on the causes outlined in the minister's statement, the minister attributes the brownish cloud and turbidity primarily to natural lake turnover triggered by rainfall and temperature variations. While this process occurs in many Ugandan lakes, it is exacerbated by anthropogenic factors that the government has failed to adequately regulate. Environmental reports indicate that intensive agriculture and deforestation in the catchment area exacerbate these natural events, leading to an excessive influx of sediment. The minister downplays the role of climate change, fueled by insufficient national adaptation policies in intensifying these turnovers, as seen in similar disruptions across the Lake Victoria Basin. Runoff from steep slopes, agricultural farms, settlements, stone quarrying, and iron ore mining are rightly noted, but the statement understates the severe impact of unregulated mining activities. Right Honorable Speaker, iron ore extraction in the Kigezi sub-region has caused extensive erosion, wetland destruction, and direct siltation into Lake Bunyoni, posing a glaring time bomb to the ecosystem. Despite existing environmental impact assessment requirements under the National Environment Act of 2019, the government has permitted mining operations without stringent oversight, leading to degraded shorelines and persistent brown discolorations. Local leaders and environmentalists have long warned of this, yet enforcement remains very weak. Poor waste management from markets, car washing bays, and establishments is a key contributor to foul odors, oil films, and white cream, as low oxygen levels threaten aquatic life. However, this stems from the government's failure to invest in basic infrastructure, such as fecal sludge treatment plants and sanitation facilities at sites like Haru Tindo Landing Center. Untreated discharges from over 46 hotels and businesses around the lake highlight a broader regulatory lapse where effluent standards are not monitored effectively. Water quality decline is not isolated. It mirrors pollution patterns in other wetlands due to inadequate waste disposal systems. Right Honorable Speaker, the uniform brown color across the lake, linked to mixed sediments and dissolved organic matter, indicates a critical build-up from chronic pollution rather than a temporary event. This has persisted for weeks, contradicting the minister's portrayal as a routine occurrence. Independent analysis suggests that the accumulation of silt from mining and agriculture has reached unsustainable levels, posing a risk to long-term waterlogging. Right Honourable Speaker, the proposed actions in the Minister's statement, regular assessments, community sensitization, National Water and Sewerage Corporation treatment upgrades, catchment protection, alternative income generation, and waste facilities are welcome, but insufficient and belated. Sensitization alone has proven ineffective without enforcement, as evidenced by ongoing degradation despite past campaigns. National Water and Sewerage Corporation's enhancements address symptoms rather than root causes, and the ambiguous promises of scaled-up protection lacks clear timelines, budgets, and accountability measures. From the alternative government perspective, we propose the following immediate and sustainable actions. A, commission an independent scientific study under the oversight of the Parliamentary Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. B, impose a halt on iron ore mining and stone quarrying in the Lakes catchment until comprehensive environmental audits are completed with strict penalties for non-compliance to prevent further siltation. C, accelerate wetland and shoreline restoration through community-led initiatives such as indigenous tree planting and natural regeneration. D, allocate a dedicated funding from the national budget for soil erosion control structures such as bench terraces and check dams with a priority for upstream communities. E, invest in decentralized waste management infrastructure, including fecal sludge and modern landfills at landing sites, drawing from the lake-wide inclusive sanitation strategy for collaborative regional approaches. Mandate all lakeside establishments to install on-site treatment systems within 6 months. F, promote diversified livelihoods through ecotourism grants, sustainable aquaculture, and agroforestry training, ensuring incentives are tied to conservation commitments. This should also extend to other threatened water bodies such as Lake Victoria, where biodiversity loss poses significant security risks if left unaddressed. G, strengthen legal frameworks by amending the National Environment Management Policy to incorporate adaptive strategies for climate-induced lake turnovers with parliamentary oversight on implementation. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the degradation of Lake Bunyoni is a symptom of a broader environmental mismanagement and the current regime. By adopting these alternatives, we can restore the lake's ecological integrity, safeguard livelihoods, and set a precedent for proactive stewardship across Uganda's water systems. We urge the House to debate this urgently and hold the government accountable through a select committee inquiry. We commit to ongoing monitoring and collaboration for greener Uganda. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Shadow. Honourable Minister, given that you've received this, we need a comprehensive statement from you on all the water bodies, and I will guide on what to be done after you bring the comprehensive statement. And remember, our fish is dying.
Yeah, much obliged, Right Honourable
So
Speaker.
when do we get the report?
We committed ourselves as a ministry to bring a report at the end of this month.
No, end of month will be far, because if the fish is dying now.
Right Honourable Speaker, it needs a thorough and scientific research. It is not something that is easy to come up within like 1 week. Maybe we can be bringing more reports, alternative reports.
Yeah, give us an action taken, regular actions that are being taken, for us to be able to save.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
The fish and the way the water is. Next item.
Item 5 on the order
No,
paper.
we are not discussing this. Yes, Moses.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, as the Minister will respond, Madam Speaker, we as island dwellers, it may sound funny, but almost every landing site has a challenge with human waste management. And the Ministry of Water and Environment must come up with a comprehensive approach. Our people are still dying of diseases that are originating.
Cholera.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Are you hearing? Mama Mabira. You first listen to Moses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we as island dwellers, it is not laziness, but the nature of soils on landing sites are sandy. It isn't easy for the communities, not even local governments, to give pit latrines or toilet facilities to the landing sites. Madam Speaker, our people are still suffering from diseases coming from fecal mismanagement. The Ministry of Water, Lands and Environment must design an approach to address this problem. Even when we have PDM, when our people still suffer from diseases that could be managed if the ministry had an approach to address fecal management in the landing sites. I pray that the minister, when she comes, when she comes back, the ministry should tell us what is it doing about the communities who have lakes and rivers and their settlements there, who have challenges, and the minister has no approach to it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Hope you're taking a note. Health and water. Yes, Pastor Eddie.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank both the Minister in shadow and the Minister in the government. We have a whole directorate of water development, and they do it. That's their work, to monitor all the water bodies. And actually, we even have a department of international waters, meaning that they have scientists who check water every day. If you don't check water every day, then you are putting Ugandans at risk. So based on those reports, we would be having a report now. Secondly, we have NEMA, which is supposed to be regulating the mining in the sub-region. We have raised these issues several times, that there is unchecked mining, uncontrolled. There is a lot of soil erosion that is changing the water, the state of the water, both in the lakes, in Chisoro, in Kabale, and the rivers. In my place, we don't need research to know that the river it has that water because of soil
Honorable
erosion.
Eddie, we are going to get a report. They know they have that department. And that's
Non-functional.
And that's where they are going to get the what? They are going to get the report. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the annual report of the Auditor General to Parliament for the audit year ended 31st December 2024.
Honorable members, as per the parliamentary calendar for the 5th session, the House has so far pronounced itself on the report of Auditor General in as far as PAC Central and PAC local government were concerned. Yesterday, the House took a decision to adopt the recommendations of the Auditor General with regard to the entities under PAC local government, because the committee was unable to report back in time. Today, we will receive a report from PAC Kosase, and the leader of opposition is in the House to have the report on the floor.
Honorable Speaker, a short while ago, Honorable Segona and Honorable Bahati had a friendly exchange. I think they had gone on the outside to sort it out. Now that Honorable Segona is back, we can invite him to the floor to present his report.
Thank you. Honorable Segona is supposed to present reports of 93 entities. He will tell us how many entities are ready and how many are outstanding.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Indeed, Uganda has a Ministry of Disaster Preparedness. And it is working. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I want to thank you for indulgence. Yes, we have 10 reports ready and are being uploaded. Some have already been uploaded, I understand. I'm only requesting for 10 minutes to have them presented with your permission. I thank you.
You have 10 reports out of 93?
Yes.
That is 9.3% of...
It is correct, Right Honourable Speaker.
Go ahead and present.
That is the time you gave us. I just need 10 minutes to put my paperwork in order. I have minutes and the reports being uploaded. Kindly indulge me with those 10 minutes.
So you don't have the report here?
Not here with me. They are on your system. Yes, they are uploaded.
It is uploaded?
Yes.
Yes.
And I just need 10 minutes to pick them and read them over.
Honourable members, you've heard from Honourable Segona. But you're raising matters of national importance to who? Honourable Segona, we will suspend the House for 5 minutes.
Suspended.
It would be hypocritical for you to benefit.
Honorable members, we broke off because the report was not yet ready, and the chair has given me some reports which is ready to start with. But however, the chair said that he's not been able to finish to 100% because of the time that was given to him. The same time is prescribed under Article 163(5) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. And I'm also happy that the chair was here in this house earlier than me. And he could have been one of the people who drafted that. But at the same time, Park Central was equally given the same time, and they delivered. So the issue of the time shouldn't be, because these reports were forwarded on 21st January, and we are in September. We even gave additional time. So, Chair, it's not about the time. Yes, over to you.
I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and colleagues for the grace extended. Let me first clarify, Right Honourable Speaker, as you have guided, you are indeed right that the time an issue is inscribed in our Constitution. I was not making reference to the person of the Speaker, but the Republic, which gave us that time. At another opportune moment, we shall have occasion to interrogate that time, but I can only thank you profoundly for your patience and guidance. I also appreciate that the pressure you exert on us is well-intentioned and intended to ensure delivery as required. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, as guided by the rules, permit me to lay on table the minutes of the proceedings in respect of the reports that I am about to present, and also present original copies of the reports so far for secretariat purposes.
Thank you. Those are the minutes for the 10 entities.
Right Honourable Speaker, with your guidance, a number of reports, as you earlier stated, were forwarded to the committee, and we have been able to process some. And I believe as we progress, you will notice that, yes, the committee ordinarily would have wanted more time, but because of the constraints, we shall proceed to present those that are ready. Right Honourable Speaker, the first report is the report of the Committee on Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the Uganda Revenue Authority Corporate Services for the audit year ended December 2024. And I'll go into the summary because the reports are uploaded, and our intention is to go through the aspects of a salient nature. Right Honourable Speaker, usage of expired appropriations was noticed by the Auditor General as an outstanding anomaly, contrary to Regulation 17 of the Public Finance Management Regulations 2016, which requires a vote to repay the unexpended balance of the money to the consolidated fund by 31st of July of the preceding financial year. However, the Auditor General noted that URA had a cash balance of 46.6 billion as at 30th June 2023 on the expenditure account with Stanbic, of which 4.3 was not transferred to the consolidated fund and was subsequently utilized after the expiry of the appropriation. URA had a cash balance of 26.6 billion as at 30th June 2024, on the expenditure account indicated with Stanbic, but had not transferred the said amount by 30th October 2024. Dr. General was concerned and noted that the use of expired appropriations contravenes the public finance management regulations, distorts the government's planning initiatives, and overstates the entity's budget. In justification of the same, management informed the committee, as stated at page 5 of the report, that the authority had unutilized funds amounting to 4.356031,761 that were subsequently returned to the consolidated fund on 24th November 2023, and that it operates on an accrual basis accounting, and as such, invoices worth 17 billion for the financial year were already committed by June 30th, 24. As a result, URA's operations account had been garnished by a court order in favor of one Bunyoni Maniraguha for the amount of 26.2 billion, hence preventing the payment of the invoices worth 17 billions that were due and charged against the appropriation for the financial year. The garnish order remained in force until 8th August 2024, following the consent settlement agreement between URA and the plaintiff for 15 billion Uganda shillings. The balance of 11 billion was utilized to partially settle the outstanding 17 billion, while 11 billion was utilized to settle the outstanding 17 billion, while the balance of 6 billion was charged to the budget of financial year 2024-25. URA subsequently sought for supplementary allocation of Uganda shillings 15 billion, which was granted. See attached Annex J4.1a, payment advice of the transfer for 4.3 billion. Garnish order NASA 4.1c, schedule of the outstanding invoices for June 30th, 2024, and Uganda shillings 17 billion, Annex 4.1d, consent settlement agreed, is attached as 4.1a, and the authorization from the PSST for 15 billion. While meeting the committee, the accounting officer stated that delays partly emanated from the garnish order in execution of miscellaneous application number 641 of 2023, arising from a civil suit number 274 of 2021, a tax dispute between URA and Bunyoni Maniraguha. He further conceded that the delays in transferring the funds and pledged, he conceded to the delays and that transferring the funds and pledged to improve going forward. The committee observed that whereas the money was meant to have been taken to the consolidated fund by 31st July of the preceding financial year, the funds were only returned in November 2024, contrary to Regulation 17.3 of the Public Finance Management Regulations 2016, which requires to pay the unexpended balance of the money. This particular business person, Mr. Bunyoni Maniraguha, could have closed or lost his business due to the protracted legal battles. The case had dragged on for over 20 years. Despite the garnished amount being 26.2 billion, there was an excess of 4.3 billion at the completion of the accounting and audit process, which was not garnished and therefore could have been transferred. The decision by URA to settle out of court arose from the fact that it had exhausted the entire appeal process. The entity's retention of the amount was irregular and may have deprived other entities from access and use of the same funds, in addition to distortion of planning. The ADR process with URA is sanctioned and supervised by the Commissioner General, against whose assessment may be the subject of dispute, thereby compromising the independence of the process. The committee therefore recommends that the accounting officer should ensure compliance with the provisions of Regulation 17 by returning all unused funds to the consolidated fund. 2, URA should always endeavor to make the best out of ADR, alternative dispute resolution, where tax disputes arise in order to mitigate possible closure or loss of businesses due to protracted tax contestations. URA should streamline its process to avoid complicated procedures, to make them accessible, and also enhance the independence of the ADR process through legislative action by way of amendment. The second significant query, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, that was raised by the Auditor General related to double contributions by government to retirement benefits to staff. Section 10(1) of the National Social Security Fund Act, Cap 230, requires that every contributing employer shall, for every month during which he or she pays wages to eligible employees, remit to the fund within 15 days following the last day of the month for which the relevant wages are paid, a standard contribution of 15% calculated on the last total wages paid during the month to that employee. Accordingly, the authority pays a mandatory 10% contribution as the employer to the National Social Security Fund. However, the Auditor General noted that in addition to the NSSF contribution, the authority contributes an additional 10% to URA staff retirement benefit scheme, which is an in-house retirement scheme started by URA in 2007. As a result, Uganda shillings 46 billion was paid to the retirement benefits for employees as shown below. NSSF 24.6, URA retirement benefits scheme 22.4, a total of 47 billion. In the Auditor General's view, the above tantamount to double contributions to the retirement benefits. Management explained that the authority introduced the URA Staff Retirement Benefits Scheme, SRBS, as part of augmenting the employee value proposition. This, according to the authority, would attract and retain talent in the highly competitive labor market. The SRBS is currently one of the key initiatives supporting the URA employee value proposition, ranking as one of the most significant factors in attracting and retaining talent, as reflected in the employee satisfaction surveys. Many employees consider both salary and a secure retirement package when making career decisions, thereby contributing to staff longevity. 3. Compared to other key government agencies, URA offers relatively lower salaries and does not provide additional allowances to mitigate the rising cost of living to attract and retain staff. Therefore, the authority highly depends on other benefits accorded to staff, of which SRBS remains a critical element. Scrapping SRBS may lead to spiraling talent attrition that would adversely impede the URA revenue mobilization agenda and the authority's contribution to tax to GDP ratio, which is pertinent for national development. Refer to Annex 4.2a with a comparison between URA pay and other government agencies, and Table 4.2b with the SRBS of other selected government agencies. 4. That recently the authority faced an increment in the staff attrition, and one of the pull factors is the war of talent by other parastatals and private institutions, which is due to lack of competitive salaries. If the RBS is discontinued, the attrition rate is likely to spiral and adversely impact URA's strategic agenda of raising the contribution of tax to GDP ratio to 20%. The spiraling talent attrition would also have other contingent effects like increased recruitment and training costs and skills drain. Committee observations. The committee noted that 1. Many government agencies run retirement benefit schemes, RBS, parallel to pension and National Social Security Fund. These include Uganda Bureau of Statistics, UBOS, Bank of Uganda, BOU, National Water and Sewerage Corporations, NWSC, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, among others. However, each entity has a different contribution. The committee did not find any legal or regulatory impediment, especially considering that the amount has always been appropriated by Parliament. There is no standard figure, stroke rate, to guide entities on the minimum or maximum contribution that may provide in their in-house retirement schemes. 4, withdrawing the benefits already provided for in the Human Resource Manual may amount to breach of the employment contract with attendant legal ramifications. Recommendations. The committee recommends that 1, government through ULBRA should streamline the approval process for retirement benefit schemes across MDAs to avoid budgetary distortion and exaggerations. 2, government should streamline and provide a cap for such contributions to avoid distortions across MDAs. The third significant query raised by the Auditor General, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, are the high costs of motor vehicle repair and maintenance. The Auditor General reviewed the financial statements of URA and established that a total of 6.4 billion was spent on the repair of motor vehicles for the financial year ended 2023-24. The audit reviewed 61 vehicles, with the highest repair expenditure noted that for the last 3 financial years, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23, and 2023 to 24, an average of 77 million was spent on repairs for each of the selected 61 vehicles. The highest expenditure for repairs on an individual vehicle in a year was 106 million. The high expenditure on the repairs for motor vehicles is an indicator of an old, uneconomical fleet. Management explained that vehicles have served on average 8 to 12 years, and undergone major repairs. Out of the 61 selected vehicles, 12 vehicles had engine overhauls, 21 were deployed in upcountry regions, and 16 in enforcement operations. Resources to acquire new vehicles were availed for the financial year 24-25 to the tune of Uganda shillings 6.7 billion. The procurement process to acquire additional 25 vehicles was initiated and currently is at contracting stage, awaiting approval by the Solicitor General. See Annex 4.C, later to Solicitor General. The process of disposal of 38 old vehicles is in its final stages. While interfacing with the committee, it was revealed that the delivery of 25 vehicles was expected in December 2025. The committee noted that during financial year 21-22, URA procured 132 vehicles to replace the aging fleet. 2, that the period taken by the supplier to deliver the vehicle is unnecessarily too long, and this impacts on service delivery since mobility is affected. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should ensure expeditious procurement and delivery of the new vehicles. Disposal and replacement of the aging fleet of vehicles should be expedited to mitigate the cost of vehicle maintenance. In addition, it will generate NTR and also ease movement of staff in the execution of the entity's mandate. 3.1.4, the potential risk of bank accounts in financial institutions being garnished. Section 44(1) of the Civil Procedure Act, Cap 283, allows a successful party in a legal claim in pursuit of recovering their money to attach property, including money belonging to the unsuccessful party, whether the property be held in the name of the successful party or by another person, the unsuccessful party, or by another person in trust for or on behalf of the unsuccessful party. In addition, the accounts are not exempted under Section 44(1)(j) of the Civil Procedure Act. The Auditor General noted that in the case of Bunyoni Iraguha versus Uganda Revenue Authority, miscellaneous application number 2770 of 12,023, the High Court allowed 4 of URA's bank accounts to be held in Stanbic Bank Limited to be attached and Uganda shared in the recovery of a sum of 26.3 billion in execution of miscellaneous application number 641 of 2023, as shown in the table below. These are the accounts number 1 to 4. The court observed that the funds in those bank accounts were not exempted from the attachment by law, and neither were they classified as being part of the consolidated fund. Subsequently, the bank accounts were guaranteed and unattached under the orders of the court until the money owed to the successful party was paid. This implies that the bank accounts are exposed to a high risk of attachment and loss of funds since they are not protected by law. In response, the management informed the committee that 1, URA has taken the proactive approach of being compliant when demands for payment are made, seeking stays of execution where there are pending appeals and pursuing mediation to settle any legal matters. This has reduced the threats of garnishment of URA accounts. In the meantime, management has written to the Attorney General and will continue to engage with the judiciary in this regard. The engagement will reference his earlier guidance that URA accounts should not be garnished and how, in practice, this has not been deterred the judiciary or applicants. We will also make inquiries on the possible need for legislation to protect accounts from being garnished. Annex 4.4, the letter of the Learned Attorney General. Management explained, among others, that the Attorney General had provided guidance on execution orders in a letter dated 19th May 2022, Annex 4.4, concerning execution against government agencies. However, this guidance was disregarded in this case, but have since resolved all the cases with Bunyoni Iraguha, but other threats to garnish the accounts continued. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the committee observes that the Attorney General's opinion, although well-intentioned, is misleading, not backed by law, and overzealous interpretation that stretches the law on execution of court orders. There are specific laws which protect specific government funds from being attached. These include Section 19(4) of the Government Proceedings Act, Cap 287, and Section 6(2) of the Local Governments Act, Cap 139. In addition, it would be unconstitutional to deny persons the fruits of their judgments on the basis of an opinion issued by the Attorney General to courts of law, especially in cases of gross unfairness and illegality. Indeed, that would amount to unnecessarily limiting the power of court. Recommendation. The committee recommends that this query be dropped. Provision of consultancy services for audit of telecoms. The Auditor General established that Uganda Revenue Authority on 31st May 2023 signed a contract with a foreign company for the provision of consultancy services for the audit of telecoms at a contract sum or price of 15.7 billion and an addition 5% of the revenue share of the new revenue recovered by URA from the audit and paid to URA. The contract was expected to run for 18 months and would thus end on 30th November 2024. The terms of reference of the consultancy services were A, to give assurance on the reliability and completeness of all revenues declared by the sector players from all revenue streams for tax computation for the period of 2018 to 2022. B, to assess if the associated tax due has been accurately accounted for and paid over the period. C, the consultant was also expected to pass on skills to at least 15 URA Telecom auditors through an organized skilling and training program. A review of the progress of the project by the Auditor General led to the following observations. Evidence of delivery of hardware and software components. The Auditor General reviewed the contract in which a significant portion of the total cost amounted to 11.4 billion, which is USD 3,073,016, was allocated to hardware and software purchases. The items are required to be handed over to the Uganda Revenue Authority upon expiry of the contract. The pricing details are as follows. Total hardware costing would be to the tune of 1,258,470. 1,258,470 USD. Total software costing would be 1,814,546, with the total as stated 114. The source is the audit report 2024. It was established that by September 2023, the contractor had received full payment amounting to 15.7 billion for the entire contract. However, the Auditor General noted that there was no documentation indicating that URA had verified the acquisition or delivery of these items as provided for in the contract. Under the circumstances, there is risk that 1, equipment may not have been procured. 2, the process could result into a conflict at the end of the contract since the procured equipment was not verified, confirmed, and labeled. Value for money may not have been achieved. In response, the accounting officer stated that 1, URA Telecom's audit project team was able to verify the equipment through a site validation visit. The report verified and confirmed that the hardware and software was purchased. There was, however, a variation of specification from the original scope that was due to meet unforeseen requirements needed to enable completion of the audit work. Such requirements include 1, increased data than anticipated. 2, inconsistent data structure that required more storage. 3, telecom data quality issues. Duplication of data. The contract is a service contract for the provision of professional consultancy for telecom audit services. The amount in reference were mobilization fees, including purchase of hardware, software, and other elements. To enable the consulting work happen, URA instructed its staff to verify and receive equipment mobilization and used for consultants at the end of the contract. Upon advice of the Auditor General to verify that the equipment was purchased regardless of nature of the contract, the verification was done. To confirm equipment purchased and the variations in specifications were observed. Refer to Annex 4.5 A and B. The verification reports by the expert team deployed by the project to do the following. Management further explained that the contract fee totaled to 15.7 billion and was for the acquisition of hardware, software tools, and other costs to aid the consultant's execution of the contract. Committee observed the progress of the report. The Auditor General noted that the contract for the project was signed on 31st May 2023 with an expected duration of 18 months and a contract end date of 30th November 2024. The Auditor General further observed the following. The work remains incomplete as only MTN has been audited and other telecom companies' audits are yet to commence. B. The vendor was in the process of obtaining necessary information from Airtel Uganda, indicating delays in completing the required audits. For information, we are 1 year past the expiry of the contract date. There were no reports or updates on audits of other telecoms, including Smart Telecom, Rock Telecom, Liquid Telecom, Leica Mobile, among others. The contract stipulated knowledge transfer, especially the training of 15 URA officers to conduct similar audits in the future. However, there was no evidence of knowledge transfer or training sessions as provided, casting doubt on the sustainability of the intervention. These findings raise concerns about the likelihood of the project fully achieving its intended objectives. Management explained that requests were made to all telecom companies to submit big data volumes for the 5-year investigative audit period, January 2018 to December 2022. Management also acknowledged delays but clarified that the majority of the companies had submitted the required data and that investigations were ongoing. The accounting officer informed the committee that the primary reason for the delay was the prolonged time required to obtain data from the telecom companies. Data recovery and submission to URA by the telecoms took long. The final data sets were received by May 2024, leaving the project with only 6 months to complete work that was originally expected to take 1.5 years. Accounting officer revealed that currently MTN engagements have covered an audit period of 3 years with an assessment of undeclared tax. There have been prolonged discussions with MTN on the undeclared tax assessed, which contribute to the delays. With momentum gained, URA expects that the Telecom audit will be conducted by November 2025. He provided a brief update on the Telecom audit progress as follows. MTN is audited, assessed, and under reconciliation. Airtel analysis in progress. Smart Telecom work in progress. Rock Telecom work in progress. Liquid Telecom work in progress. Leica Mobile work in progress. Further information provided by URA indicates that 3 URA staff have been working with the consultant during the first phase of the MTN audit, and other staff will be onboarded on job upscaling during the other phases of the audit to achieve the expected skills transfer of at least 15 URA telecom auditors. Committee observations that 1, it is abundantly clear that both parties did not fully appreciate the complexity and nature of the contract they were entering into. For example, the contract provided for executing within 1.5 years, thereby expiring by November 2024. To date, the work in respect of all the telecom companies is not even a quarter executed. 2, the report on verification of equipment is itself dated 21st February 2025, 3 months after the expiry of the contract, implying, therefore, that the contract expired before the team could get on ground to start the work. The telecom audit initiated by URA has exceeded the expected contract period, and this affects reporting and recovery of revenue in the undeclared taxes. There is no proof that URA has renegotiated the contract terms to ensure that work is expedited within the new alluded to timelines. The contract expired. None of the processes has been concluded, considering that reconciliation between URA and MTN is still ongoing. With the recent period left with 1.5 months to end, only 3 of the 15 URA staff have been involved in the MTN audit, leaving no possibility for the scaling of the remaining 12 in the short period. Recommendations. that the accounting officer should engage a contractor to provide a detailed projection on when the project is expected to end and iron out any bottlenecks hindering the realization of the project. In particular, URA should renegotiate the timelines within which to execute the contract with specific outputs and associated timelines. Compliance with relevant regulatory framework on procurement management. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, multi-year commitments without parliamentary approval. Section 22(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, states that a vote shall not enter into a contract, transactional agreement that binds the government to financial commitment for more than one financial year, or which results in a contingent liability, except where the financial commitment or contingent liability is authorized by Parliament. Contrary to the above, it was observed that the authority awarded multi-year contracts amounting to 53.9 billion without evidence of approval by Parliament. The Auditor General observed that failure to obtain parliamentary approval for these multi-year commitments is irregular and defeats the purpose of the Public Finance Management Act in ensuring proper public financial management and discipline. In response, the accounting officer informed the committee that URA submitted her multi-year commitments for the financial year 24-25 to the Minister of Finance, see Annex 4.6a, later to PSST requests for confirmation of multi-year commitments for financial year 24-25, and Annex B 4.6b list of procurements forming multi-year commitments. 4.6c later to Minister of Finance seeking parliamentary approval of multi-year commitments for financial year 24-25 and going forward. Management further explained that approval was obtained from the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, PSST. Committee observes, whereas it is within the ambit of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to approve commitments from URA and other agencies of government, the final approval for expenditure lies with the Parliament, Section 13(1) of the PFMA. Therefore, continuing to approve multi-year commitments without parliamentary approval is a breach of Section 22(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171. The committee notes, however, that where Parliament approves the entity's budget and work plan for the financial year under review, it is deemed to have approved. It is apparent that since the entity is allowed to retain some funds, it could have resorted to the same funds, which still would be use of funds without appropriation, contrary to the law. The committee was not presented with the ministerial approval for the multi-year commitment, although the accounting office explained that permission was obtained from the PSST. Authority from Parliament was not obtained as required under Section 22 of the PFMA. In the absence of such authority, it is not clear where the entity got the money to execute the multi-year commitment. It is the duty of Minister of Finance to ensure, upon request, that the necessary parliamentary approval is obtained before entry into any execution of multi-year contracts. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should always ensure parliamentary approval is obtained for a multi-year contract to ensure compliance with the law. Performance evaluation. Review of the implementation of the entity's mandate. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee went through the entire record and finding of the Auditor General, and from page 19 through to page 22, and came up with the recommendations thereon, and then the review of the implementation of the approved budget at page 23 is canvassed through to page 26. Management explained that recruitment of 1,200 staff is in the final stages. Written assessments were completed on January 12, 2025. Oral interviews commenced on February 17th to 28th of 2025, and appointments will be effective March 2020, were effective March 2025. The procurement of 250 computers was also completed on October 11th, 2024, with the supply of laptops. Procurement of workstations and other furniture was also completed in August 2024. The progress of the procurement for the construction of Mbale office was at bid evaluation stage. The committee observes that failure to utilize all the allocated funds locks up resources for service delivery in other areas. The presence of inherent structural and operational bottlenecks encountered by URA in the implementation of planned activities affect optimal budget absorption. Recommendations. The accounting officer should see to it that all warranted funds are utilized to ensure timely implementation of the planned activities. All structural and operational bottlenecks encountered by URA in the implementation of planned activities should be assessed and eliminated to achieve optimal budget absorption. We make an analysis on implementation of unfunded activities, Right Honourable Speaker, at pages 28, 29, through to page 31, and make recommendations, make observations at page, make observations at page 30 to 31. Not all warranted funds were fully utilized on the planned activities. There continues to exist structural and operational bottlenecks that impede the implementation of URA's full mandate, and these include but are not limited to persistent strikes by taxpayers. Recommendation. Accounting officers should see to it that all unwarranted funds are utilized to ensure timely implementation of the planned activities. All structural and operational bottlenecks encountered by URA in the implementation of planned activities should be assessed and eliminated to achieve optimal budget absorption. Tax education should be enhanced and government intervention expedited to facilitate the entity in executing its mandate. Right Honourable Speaker, those are the salient features in the audit in respect of Uganda Revenue Authority corporate services.
Thank you, Chair.
That is, yes, corporate services. Also, for the Hansard and for Secretariat, permit me, Right Honourable Speaker, to table the original report of the Auditor General of our report on the revenue collection account of URA. With your permission, I would like to lay on table, but also provide a copy to the Speaker. This report equally, Right Honourable Speaker, raises salient issues that requires the attention of the House. I do not intend to go through the preliminary pages as well, or chapters, but take you straight, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, to page 6 on revenue collection trend, and the trend is analyzed at page 6 through to page 7. The authority's actual gross revenue was Uganda shillings 27.938694 trillion, compared to 25.751721 trillion for the financial year 22-23, and the performance represents a revenue growth of 8.5%. However, the above performance resulted in a revenue shortfall of 1.917470 trillion, as analyzed in Table 2. The Auditor General noted that failure to attain the set revenue targets affects the overall revenue performance and cash flow performance of the government. The Accounting Office of Management responded that the shortfall of the 2.101522 trillion reported by the Auditor General, he noted it. However, on reconciliation, confirmed that the shortfall was actually as reported. A number of initiatives to enhance revenue collection are being undertaken, and that they include the following: enhanced compliance initiatives, which focused on field inspections, return vetting, alternative dispute resolution to free revenues tied up in disputes, and improved arrears management. There are also ongoing taxpayer engagements coupled with intensified enforcement actions targeting non-compliant taxpayers, opening up new stations in areas where we have had limited visibility, like Gayaza, Boyale, Kayunga. I think those ones are now put on notice. Engaging with the key sector stakeholders, including sugar manufacturers, distilleries, telecoms, and others, to discuss and improve their compliance. Reorganizing the large taxpayer office, public sector office, and medium taxpayers office to implement the sector-based approach for enhanced specialized compliance management. 6, utilizing data from external sources to bolster compliance efforts, such as the use of NSSF data and payee reviews and data on expatriates applying for work permits to assist in payee enhancement. 7, as a result of the action taken in the first 6 months of financial year 24-25, URA has collected 15.248.99 billion, that's 15 trillion, against a target of Uganda shillings 14.926.85 billion, representing a performance of 102.16%. This is a surplus of Uganda shillings 322.14 billion, growth of 16.
Honorable, just a minute before these children go. Sorry about that. In the public gallery, we have pupils and teachers from Hill Primary School, from Kapchora. Are you the ones? Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. They are represented by Honorable Cheptoris and Honorable Chemutai Phyllis. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah? Thank you.
I join you, Right Honourable, in welcoming our children. The committee observes, representing a performance of 102.16%. This is a surplus of 322.14 billion, a growth of 16.8%, which is 2.112.25 billion. That is 2 trillion realized compared to the same period in the last financial year. Committee observes that the achievement of the revenue targets by the tax body is key in stabilizing the cash flow of government, and therefore any shortfalls created in revenue affects implementation of planned activities, hence poor service delivery. We recommend that 1, management should enhance initiatives to grow revenue collections and meet the set revenue targets. 2, the accounting officer should develop short, medium, and long-term strategies to curb revenue shortfalls. Unpaid tax arrears due to government commitments. The Auditor General noted that as of June 2024, unpaid taxes relating to government-related tax waivers amounted to 713.471 billion, as reflected in Schedule 4 to the financial statements. This was a result of tax waivers for several entities on the presumption that the taxes would be cleared by the responsible entities, which include Ministry of Finance, UNRA, Ministry of Education and Sports, and Ministry of Energy, among others. However, management explained that URA engaged Ministry of Finance and that a joint team of URA and Ministry of Finance reconciled the stock of arrears under government commitment. As a result, Government commitments totaling to Uganda shillings 713.471,258,868 were paid for financial year 23-24 as at January 31st, 2024. See Annex Chair 4.12a as proof of payment of arrears. Committee observed that failure by the respective government agencies to pay the required arrears affects the revenue collection targets of the Uganda Revenue Authority. 2. Whereas URA indicated that by 31st January 24, the unpaid taxes relating to government-related waivers were paid, audit findings as of June 2024 state otherwise. Indeed, the committee was not given proof of payment of the said taxes. Further, explanation was not provided as to why reconciliations were not done by the time of the audit. Unguided tax waivers affect revenue collection targets and cripple the country's development trajectory. We recommend, therefore, as follows. The accounting officer should continually engage Ministry of Finance and other responsible entities to ensure that taxes are timely cleared. The respective accounting officers should prioritize timely settlement of the tax arrears owed to Uganda Revenue Authority. Government should review its tax waiver policy, which cripple the ability of URA to achieve its revenue collection targets. Manual management of custom agents' appeals. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the Auditor General noted that Section 231 and 2 of the East African Community Customs Management Act, (YACMA) 2004, states as follows. A person dissatisfied with the decision of the Commissioner under Section 229 may appeal to the Tax Appeals Tribunal established in accordance with Section 231. A person intending to lodge an appeal under the section shall act within 45 days after being served with the decision and shall serve a copy of the appeal to the Commissioner. Further, the Auditor General noted that appeals are received by the Commissioner of Customs on the 1st of January as soon as licenses are issued and throughout the year licensing period. In respect of the foregoing, the Auditor General noted the following. There is no formal format that details a log of appeal cases. The Customs Department uses Microsoft Excel spreadsheet as an appeals register report, where cases are classified in accordance with the reasons for the appeal. The applicant writes a letter to the Commissioner of Customs Department with reasons for the appeal. The appeals committee is then appointed by the Commissioner to generate recommendations to guide the appeals resolution. There are no timelines on when the appeal should be resolved. Management explained that the application and issuance process for licensing through an automated, is still undergoing modifications to improve the efficiency of the system, and this has been done in phases. Management further indicated that appeal processes will thereafter be considered for automation. Management informed the committee that the automation of the customs agents' appeals is enshrined in the General Customs Appeals and Objection module, whose user specification document was prepared and currently in the queue for software development in line with Section 229 of the East African Community Customs Management Act. The procedure for the management of customs clearing agents' appeals. Committee observes that failure to automate and lack of a clear timeline to resolve the appeals leads to case backlog. Furthermore, manual processes are prone to human abuse, presenting an avenue for process abuse. Recommendations. The accounting officer should consider fully automating the appeals process. The management should develop clear appeals guidelines for timely management and resolution of appeals. Unsupported change of motor vehicle values / particulars in different clearance regimes. Right Honourable Speaker, this was raised as a significant query, and the committee made observations at page 13. maybe to explain it a bit, there are 3 stages as raised by the Auditor General. That 1, 603 instances where the motor vehicles having varying information at between IM7 and between IM4 and IM7, pardon me. Of these, 27 vehicles had the years of manufacture changed. 4 motor vehicles had their condition changed from used in IM7 to new in IM4. 568 had a change in the price at the 2 different levels of clearance. 3 vehicles had their chassis numbers changed at IM7, between IM7 and IM4. Importation of motor vehicles above 15 years of manufacture was also noticed. The accounting officer responded. For new vehicles, the figures are adjusted for insurance at the point of declaration for home consumption. The evaluation of imported used motor vehicles follows the ESC administrative ruling dated 13th December 2013 that guided the use of fallback method and determining the value of such used vehicles by, among others, applying the depreciation principles. The change in CIF value for used motor vehicles arose from regular monthly review of used motor vehicle valuation database, where the value applied is the value applicable at the time of declaration for home consumption done in compliance with Section 2(2)(a) of the East African Customs Management Act 2004 as amended. Right Honourable Speaker, the 27 vehicles whose years of manufacture were changed. Change in motor vehicle conditions from used to new and change in motor vehicle years of manufacture as well as change in motor vehicle chassis was a result of new information being obtained at the point of clearance for home consumption and an inspection report was generated. Such new information is incorporated through amendment so that the motor vehicle is cleared and registered with appropriate correct particulars as per the attached Annex 4.1.4c and the sample inspection report, Annex 4.1.4d. 3 vehicles had their chassis numbers changed at IM7 and IM4, and the 3 cases in change of chassis number have been reviewed and observed that there was no change in chassis numbers. Instead of the audit picked and compared the IM4 and deferred IM7, leading to the mismatch of information. Box 7 in the SAD is the agent reference number. The appropriate box for IM7 is box 40 of the SAD, which contains the same information as the IM4, refer to Annex 4.1.4c. Importation of motor vehicles above 15 years of manufacture. The justification for each of the vehicles is provided in Annex 4.14c. These include vehicles that were cleared at warehouses as boarded off vehicles and others that were within the timeline of the 15 years considering their year of manufacture and import year as seen in Annex 4.1.4c. No staff was found culpable as per the justifications provided. Management further indicated that URA had initiated an improvement in the clearance process to ensure that changes in the product and value for IM7 to IM4 are streamlined and that the system enhancement for the initiative is being considered. The observation of the committee. Changes in motor vehicle particulars result in revenue loss to the government through less tax being levied for the importers. These changes could also imply the possibility of importing unauthorized vehicles. We recommend, therefore, that 1, the accounting officer should enforce measures to ensure that customs standard operating procedures are adhered to, and 2, that the highlighted changes should be investigated by management and action taken on culpable staff. Potential revenue loss arising from misclassification of concentrates. Right Honourable Speaker, the audit noted that according to the East African Community Customs Union Common External Tariff, Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, version 2022, the animal premix used in manufacture of animal and poultry feeds are coded under code 2309.90.10 and attract import duty at 0% per kilogram, while the other preparations of kind used in animal feeding are coded under code 2309.90.90, attracting the import duty of 10% per kilogram. Generally, the premixes are used in small amounts in poultry to provide critical micronutrients, vitamins, minerals, or additives needed for optimal health and productivity, while animal concentrates focus on macronutrients, energy, and protein, and make up a significant part of the poultry diet. For the period under review, the Auditor General extracted data from the Ascuda customs system relating to preparations of a kind used in animal feeding and noted the following. A. 1,202 instances involving imported consignments being regarded as animal premix to be used in manufacture of animal and poultry feeds and coded under Customs Code 2309.90.10 and attracting import duty of 0% per kilogram, as opposed to being considered as a concentrate, or in brackets, other preparations of a kind used in animal feeding, coded under Customs Code 2309.90.90, which attracts an import duty of 10% per kilogram. The custom value of the concentrates being referred to as premixes was Uganda shillings 91.2 billion. In addition to the 12,002 consignments referred to as premix, 838 consignments are worth the customs value of 60.97 billion had been assessed the customs dues of 8.7 billion that were settled by respective importers. 372 importers were exempted from import duty and VAT on importation arising from the classification of animal concentrates as premixes. Management explained that a proposal was made to the ESC Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment to provide clarity on harmonization of the provisions of the East African Common External Tariff but clarity has not been provided yet. Accordingly, this matter still on the agenda of the Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry, and Finance and Investment. The 45th SCTIFI referred the matter to be reviewed by the Technical Committee of Customs Experts. A copy of the SCTIFI report is attached and marked 4.1.5. The committee observes that the classification of animal concentrates as premixes had deprived the government of Uganda of revenue that could have been utilized to finance critical government interventions, and recommend as follows. The Commissioner General should continue engaging ES Sectoral Committee Council on Trade, Finance, Industry, Finance and Investment to streamline the classification of animal feeds to avert the potential revenue loss to government. The interchange of codes for inputs under question calls for thorough investigation of the customs staff to ascertain whether there was collusion to defraud government. URA should engage the Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investments for an expeditious position on the matter. We conclude by recommending, Right Honourable Speaker, that you be pleased and colleagues to approve our recommendations. Right Honourable Speaker, the other entity where significant issues were raised by the Auditor General relates to the accounts of the Uganda National Airline Company Limited for the audit year ended December 2024. With your permission, I would like to lay on table the original report for the Secretariat and a copy, with your permission, Right Honourable, to the Speaker.
Thank you. Please.
Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Madam. Right Honourable Speaker. Again, I will go through only the salient issues. Observations relating to financial statements, that is page 5 of the report. There is a financial analysis provided by the Auditor General on analysis and assessment of the company's performance. The Auditor General carried out the analysis of financial information of the company's accounts and summarized the same in Table A, which appears from page 5 through to page 7. The Accounting Office explained that the current strategy ended in June 2025, and management is in the process of developing a new 10-year strategy. The new strategy is hinged on the following pillars: financial sustainability, operational efficiency, learning and development, and stakeholder engagement. The corresponding initiatives are geared towards revenue enhancement and better cost control. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, this relates to the following key components. When you read page 5, you'll find that the airline company incurred a net loss for the financial year 23-24 of 22-23 of 323.598 billion. The same reduced in 23-24 to 237.855 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, from 21-22, the loss was at 265.909 billion. The company therefore incurred significant losses for the year under audit. The net loss for the year 24 reduced compared to that of 2023, signifying a reduction of 26.5 loss reduction. This is a positive indication of cost management and revenue improvements. Management should sustain such efforts to improve the revenue and reduce operational inefficiencies. Sustained losses may erode stakeholder value and reduce the ability to sustain operations without external funding. The dividends are reported at 0. Operating margin is reported for the year 23-24 at 67.17. For the year 2023 at negative 138.17. The return on assets for the year 2023-24 is reported at negative 21.92, and the current ratio of 1.42 times. Debt ratio of 20.09%. Right Honourable Speaker, the interest cover is negative 96.71, and the average debtors collection period is 51.86 days. The Accounting Office explained the strategy, and we made observations. The financial performance of the Uganda National Airline Company Limited in 2024 shows signs of improvement in terms of reduced net loss, better operating margin, and enhanced liquidity. However, attention is needed in managing debt collections and maintaining interest cover. Uganda National Airline Company Limited is not performing well in terms of profitability and its ability to sustain the provision of services. Sustained financial loss, negative returns on assets, and rising debt collection periods threaten the company's financial health and operational capacity. The entity was in the process of developing a new strategy, it was reported. We recommend that the accounting office of the airline company should fast-track the implementation of the detailed company strategy. Emphasis should be placed on cost control, revenue enhancement, efficient asset utilization, and improved working capital management to support sustainable operations. Management should prioritize cost control, enhance revenue generation, and focus on asset utilization to achieve financial sustainability and reduce reliance on government funding. Contingent liability. Note 2I to J of the financial statements disclosed contingent liabilities totaling to Uganda shillings 11.94 billion, which is USD 3,155,715 as of June 30th, 2024, primarily related to pending court cases concerning contract terminations, unpaid works, negligence claims, and loss of baggage. The accounting office explained that the contingent liability disclosed relates to pending court cases. Observations. With such a huge sum of unsettled contingent liability, the company could face significant legal costs, including fees, gun-show orders, and settlement, further straining the financial resources in addition to reputational damage. The company operates direct flights in all its routes. Such should minimize or eliminate cases of lost baggage, which can only be attributed to negligence of the staff. Recommendation. Accounting officer of the airline company should always seek legal guidance from the Solicitor General, in addition to making good use of the legal department before terminating contracts to minimize the risk of such disputes. Urgent measures should be taken to settle the outstanding obligations to mitigate further financial and reputational risks. The company should establish measures to deal with negligent staff who expose the company to astronomical liability. Contract award on general sales agency agreements without guarantees. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the general condition of contract GCC 25.1 of the standardized general sales agents agreements require general sales agents to provide advance payment guarantee to protect the Uganda National Airlines Company Limited from financial risks. Such a default or delays in remittances, such as defaults or delays in remittances. However, a review of the GSA agreement of financial year 2023 to 2024 revealed significant non-compliances, including the following. 1. Certain agents were awarded agreements without being required to provide guarantees, leaving the airline company exposed to potential credit risk. For example, one agent had an outstanding balance of USD 158,876, which is Uganda shillings 588.788 million as of June 2024 without guarantees in place. Other agents had guarantee requirements in their agreements, but there was no evidence of payment for these guarantees. Some agents were not required to provide guarantees, contrary to the standard practices. The accounting office explained that management has reviewed the template for the agreements with the general sales agents and the compliance with the clauses of the agreements will now be overseen by the Chief Commercial Officer. Observation. The committee observes that lack of guarantees exposes the company to the risk of non-payment or delayed payments by agents, especially in the event of default. In addition, inconsistent application of guarantee requirements creates an unequal playing field among GSAs and undermines the integrity of the company's governance framework. It may also be a recipe for collusion and conspiracy. Recommendation. 1. Ensure all GSA agreements require bank guarantees as stipulated in the general conditions of contract. Agents failing to provide guarantees should not be awarded contracts. Take immediate steps to recover the outstanding balance of $158,876 from agents that owe the airlines and enforce stricter controls on payment timelines. Establish a dedicated team or person to monitor compliance with GSA agreements, including verifying the receipt of guarantees before contract execution. 4. Apply guarantee requirements uniformly to all GSAs to ensure fairness and accountability. 5. The company should develop a well-streamlined debt recovery plan in its financial manual. Business transactions with GSAs on expired contracts. The Auditor General observed that paragraph 12.5d of the Uganda National Airlines Process and Procedures Manual 2020 requires valid contracts with general sales agencies to govern passenger ticket sales. However, a review of contracts revealed that some GSAs continued to transact with the company after their contracts had expired, leading to a total sales of USD 378,143.34, which is 1.43 billion by 30th June 2024. The sum of USD 708,692 or Uganda shillings 2.68 billion remained outstanding as of 30th June 2024. The accounting officer noted that this anomaly, the need to immediately review the process and tracking the expiration and the renewal of GSA contracts. The accounting officer further explained that the enforcement of claims shall be carried out on a case-by-case basis. Committee observes that transacting with GSAs on expired contracts exposes the company to disputes over unenforceable contract terms. In addition, outstanding balances from GSAs may be contested, potentially leading to non-recovery or additional legal costs. There is no standard policy on procurement of GSAs, while some others are required to provide guarantees, others are not. We recommend 1. The accounting officer of the airline company should implement robust systems to track contract expiration dates and ensure timely renewals or terminations. 2. Accounting officer should develop a structured approach to recover outstanding balances from GSAs, including legal enforcement if necessary. 3. Management should develop a standard policy on procurement of GSAs to avoid arbitrariness in contracting. Observations on compliance with the relevant regulatory framework. Delayed contract execution. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Regulation 9.1 of the PPDA Regulations Contract 2023 states that a contract shall identify the obligations of each party, correlate all payments by procuring and disposing entity with the corresponding inputs and obligations or deliverables by a provider in a specific identifiable and measurable manner where required, provide effective supervision arrangements, where required, provide adequate monitoring and cost control measures, where required, include adequate and clear delivery, acceptance and handover commissioning arrangements, among others. Additionally, Regulation 52.1 of the PPDA Regulations Contract 2023 states that a contract manager shall A. manage the obligations and duties of procuring and disposing entities specified in the contract, and B. make certain that the provider performs the contract under the terms and conditions specified in the contract. However, contracts worth 7.42 billion experienced delays in execution with no corrective actions taken by the accounting officer. Key issues included absence of contract management plans or reports. 2. Delayed deliveries without follow-ups or enforcement of contract terms. Refer to Table 2 at page Table 2 at page 12 through to 13. We observe that there are no standard streamlined contract execution and tracking mechanisms aligned with specific deliverables, which poses a risk for the breach of contract or funds. Delays in contract execution disrupt operations and service delivery. We recommend that the accounting officer of the airline company should ensure every contract has a detailed management plan outlining timelines, monitoring and tracking mechanisms and deliverables. The accounting officer should address delays proactively by renegotiating terms, enforcing penalties, and seeking alternative solutions to ensure timely delivery. Non-compliance with contract monitoring and reporting requirements. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Section 52.3 F and G of the PPDA Contracts Regulations 2023 requires contract managers to appraise provider performance and submit monthly progress reports to the Procurement and Disposal Unit, PDU, and the accounting officer. Furthermore, the PDU must submit quarterly reports on all contracts to the accounting officer, highlighting challenges encountered in managing contracts. However, a review of the contracts totaling to 4.075 billion revealed non-compliance, and no performance appraisal reports or monthly progress reports were submitted by the contract managers or the PDU to the accounting officer. The accounting officer explained that contract management plans and reports have been submitted for verification. However, contrary to management's response, reports for 4 contracts totaling 4.075 billion were not availed for audit review. During the interface with the committee, the accounting officer confirmed availability and indeed presented the contract management document for the procurement as well as monitoring reports. We observe, without regular monitoring, performance issues cannot be identified and addressed proactively, leading to delays or substandard outcomes. The relevant committee documents and reports were not submitted to the Auditor General during the audit, but were only availed to the committee during interface.
The relevant contract documents, not committee.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yes. The accounting officer should ensure that contract managers and PDU submit regular performance appraisals and progress reports. This will allow for better oversight, timely intervention, and improved contract execution. The accounting officer should submit the relevant contract documents and reports to the Auditor General. In accordance with observation on performance evaluation, in accordance with Schedule 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171 of the Presentation of Financial Statements, and Section 18 of the National Audit Act, Cap 170, the Auditor General undertook an evaluation of the authority's actual performance in comparison with its planned activities and outputs for the year, as well as its mandate. The section presents the findings from the evaluation of the performance. Review of implemented entities' mandate, Right Honourable Speaker, is reproduced in Table 3, which appears from page 15 through to page 16. The accounting officer in response explained that management is actively engaging stakeholders in the airline resource mobilization drive, including submitting cabinet proposal for acquiring additional aircrafts, engaging development financial institutions for patient capital, and implementing internal revenue enhancement and cost management strategies. Additionally, operational departments have been assigned specific revenue targets to achieve in financial year 2025. During interface with the committee, the accounting officer stated that the company is not likely to realize its return on investment given the lifetime of the aircraft. The lifespan of the CRJs is approximately 10 years, implying that they are left with 5 years of effective functioning, since most of them were acquired during the same time, causing the risk of impairment within the same time frame. Further, the committee was informed that the company from which the aircrafts were procured has since been sold to Mitsubishi, and the process of procuring spare parts is cumbersome, leaving the company at the mercy of speculators in the market. The committee observes as follows. 1. The limited execution of planned actions has restricted the route expansion, fleet growth, and customer engagement initiatives. 2. Following the closure of the company manufacturing the CRJs, the manufacturing and acquisition of some of the essential spare parts has become cumbersome, leaving the company at the risk of market speculators. It is apparent that the team that did the feasibility study did not adequately address their minds to these possibilities, thereby impairing the ability of the company to realize the return on investment. 3, that the airline is an intricate industry that calls for heavy capital investment, expert-driven human resource management, well-motivated staff, and adequate preparation and benchmarking. Good practices would give proper direction to the board and management through sufficient comparative studies. 4, management did not consider cheaper but effective alternatives in the acquisition of the aircrafts. 5, aviation, the option of leasing is a modern way of fleet management that avoids heavy initial investments as well as minimizing maintenance costs. The option to lease, to freeze capital for the other essential, Right Honourable Speaker, it is to free capital for other essential needs like route expansion, marketing, staff motivation, as well as fuel purchase. It allows flexibility in fleet sizing, depending on demand and seasonal peaks and downturns. It helps the phasing out of older aircrafts and adoption of new technology-driven products. It allows the company to maintain some cash flow that may attend to emerging needs and demands. 6, had the task force considered these options, the company would have acquired more and better technology-driven aircrafts. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should, 1, ensure all core mandates are reflected in the strategic and annual work plans and allocate appropriate resources for their implementation. 2, accelerate engagements with the stakeholders and explore alternative funding sources to address the resource gaps. 3, government should increase funds to enhance operations and revenue for the Uganda National Airline Company Limited. 4, Uganda National Airline Company Limited management should ensure continuous motivation of staff through trainings to enhance skills and knowledge. 5, the company management should consider undertaking benchmarking visits for learning and sufficient comparative studies on management of aircrafts. 6, the minister should cause a review of the management, administrative, and staff structure to ensure that the team is up to the task in terms of training, expertise, and experience so as to meet the international competitive and comparative standards. Review of the implementation of the approved budget. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Chair, just a minute. In the public gallery, we have students, pupils and teachers of ABC Primary School located in Pade District. They are represented by Honourable Komakech Christoph and Honourable Chiro Pascamenya. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. You can see your Member of Parliament is there, very attentive. So you should tell those people to bring him back. Thank you, Chair.
Right Honourable Speaker, the review of the implementation of the approved budget is represented at pages 18, 19, through to page 20. The accounting officer responded that management is taking a medium to long-term approaches to its revenue mobilization strategy. This approach entails optimizing Entebbe as a hub where traffic feeds and de-feeds into the larger network, increasing the aircraft utilization rates by opening additional routes where CRJ fleet can be utilized, and moving towards daily operations on all routes across the network. The committee observes that failure to realize funds for the activities that were budgeted negatively affected the implementation in achievement of the expected services. We recommend that the accounting office of the airline company should expedite the implementation of the revenue mobilization strategy to minimize shortfalls and ensure all planned activities are adequately funded. 2, government should provide adequate funding for the activities of the national airline company to boost its revenue and minimize shortfalls. 3, the national airline company should consider the leasing option, which will increase the fleet at minimum cost. The airline should consider partnerships and alliances with other reputable airline companies across the globe to increase its visibility and competitiveness within the industry. Unimplemented or unplanned activities. Implementation of planned activities, pardon me. The Auditor General assessed the extent of implementation of planned activities for which funds were realized. A total of 19 outputs with 53 activities worth 456.28 billion were assessed, and the following were observed. 5 outputs with 5 activities and expenditures worth 269.8 billion were fully implemented. 5 outputs with 26 activities worth 96.6 billion were partially implemented. Out of 26, the entity fully implemented 6 activities with 1.784 billion. 7 activities worth 91.4 billion were partially implemented, while 12 activities worth 3.4 billion remained unimplemented. 9 outputs with 22 activities worth 89.88 billion were not implemented at all. Examples of the activities that were partially implemented are reproduced in Table 7 below, that is page 21. The Accounting Office explained that management is taking a medium to long-term approach to its revenue mobilization strategy. This approach entails optimizing Entebbe as a hub where traffic feeds and defeeds into the larger network, increasing aircraft utilization rates by operating additional routes where CRJ aircrafts or fleet can be utilized, and moving towards tail operations. Observation: the activities under Table 7 include activities for which monies were provided but were partially implemented with the corresponding figures whose use and accountability were not provided by the accounting officer. 2. Money to the tune of 88 billion 714 747 923 was allocated. Activities implemented were worth 43 billion 375 million 807,211, leaving a sum of 45 billion 333 million 940,712 unexplained. Failure to execute planned activities undermined the company's ability to meet strategic goals, reducing operational efficiency and effectiveness. Recommendation: value for money audit should be undertaken by the Auditor General and a report provided to Parliament within 6 months. 2. Accounting officer should engage stakeholders to secure the necessary funding for priority activities and explore alternative financing mechanisms to address funding gaps. 3. Adopt realistic budgeting and enhance planning for activities by ensuring alignment between resources, timelines, and expected outcomes. Observations on audit findings from other audit engagements. Forensic investigations on audit of the training costs for the initial cabinet crew trainings made by the Uganda National Airline Company Limited. In a letter dated 8th August 2022, under that reference, the Inspector General of Government, IGG, requested the Auditor General to conduct a forensic audit on the financial transactions and the 2 initial cabin crew trainings made by Uganda National Airline Company Limited, and to establish whether there was a financial loss suffered by the National Airline Company Limited. Pursuant to Article 163 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995 as amended, the National Audit Act, Cap 170. The Auditor General instituted a forensic audit into the financial transactions regarding the training undertaken by the Uganda National Airline Company Limited in the financial year 2020, 2021, and 2021 and 2022. Excuse me. The overall objective of the forensic investigation was to establish whether the company suffered a financial loss, and if so, establish the amount of the financial loss suffered in conducting the two initial cabin crew trainings and the culpable individuals. The following are key findings. In the period 3rd to 30th December 2020, when the Uganda National Airline Company Limited organized an initial cabin crew training for 40 cabin crew members to fulfill regulatory requirements for licensing, the company had a detailed comprehensive airline cabin crew training manual. The review revealed the following. 1. The manual provided specific guidelines and procedures on how cabin crew training should be conducted. It outlined the fundamental initial cabin crew courses, the training modes for each course or module, and ensured compliance with Uganda's Civil Aviation Authority regulations governing air operator certificate holders. The manual developed by the company was reviewed and approved by the UCAA in 2019 to ensure that all training activities met the highest regulatory standards and contribute to the effective preparation and licensing of cabin crew. Assessment of the extent to which the cabin crew trainings met the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority standards and the Uganda National Airline Company Limited cabin crew training manual requirements. It was established that the training programs were implemented by training. It was established by training companies for the 40 cabin crew members. The following were the key findings noted. Phase 1 of the initial cabin crew training of 40 cabin crew members was conducted, and the course or training content covered included safety management systems, aviation security, transport of dangerous goods by air, and crew resource management. The training program was not approved by UCAA before training was conducted by the training company, contrary to the guidelines. The training exceeded the 20 attendee threshold without obtaining necessary UCAA approvals, and the training venue was not approved by Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. And the training on dangerous goods was conducted for 3 hours instead of the required 7 hours. The Uganda Civil Aviation Authority rejected the training provided by the training company because Uganda National Airline Company failed to demonstrate that all the mandatory training areas were thoroughly covered. Phase 2 of the initial training of 40 cabin crew members conducted from May to July 2021 for USD 360,400, which phase, 36,400, thank you, which phase included safety emergency procedures, training, ditching drill, and CRJ 900 and 330 to 80, A330 to 800 conversion courses, was found to be compliant with UCAA standards and UNACL cabin crew training manual requirements. The total cost incurred in the initial and supplementary trainings amounted to USD 148,400. The Auditor General noted, and I quote, "Based on the observations in relation to which the training programs were implemented, there is no sufficient and appropriate evidence to consider the initial training costs of USD 148,400 constituted a financial loss." The committee observes as follows. In deciding whether there was financial loss or not, the committee is guided by the objective of both the training and the forensic audit. The following questions are relevant. 1. Whether the training complied with the regulatory framework and the standard of the regulator. B. whether the training program was approved by Uganda Civil Aviation Authority in accordance with the guidelines. C. What is the effect of exceeding the 20 attendee threshold without obtaining the necessary UCAE approval on quality of the training? D. What is the effect of training at a venue not approved by UCAA? What is the effect of training for 3 hours instead of the required 7 hours? F. What is the effect of the failure to train in all the mandatory training areas? G. What is the effect of the UCAA's rejection of the entire training? That is phase 1. In effect, the effect of the above is that the training did not meet the standards and did not meet the objectives, did not meet the regulatory requirements, and was not training at all, thereby causing a financial loss of the entire amount. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should: A. All the amounts spent on training for the 40-member crew team in respect of phase 1, which did not meet the standard and rejected by UCAA, should be treated as a financial loss.
Wouldn't it be better for you to say that all the amount spent on the purported training, because you've already answered up saying that there was no training?
I am gratified by that fortification, Right Honourable Speaker. The persons responsible for the organizing the training should be investigated by the Inspectorate of Government with a view to prosecuting any possible culprit. Those that will be found culpable should refund the money. Ensure that all training programs are reviewed and approved by UCAA prior to implementation. Adherence to UCAA guidelines, including approval of training venues, course content, and participant threshold, should be strictly enforced to avoid regulatory rejections. Establish robust internal mechanisms to verify that all mandatory training areas and content align with UCAA requirements before engaging training providers. This will help prevent deficiencies that could lead to regulatory non-compliance. Reduce costs and duplication by consolidating training phases and aligning timelines with annual refresher training schedules. This approach would optimize resources and improve efficiency. Implement a process to evaluate training programs upon completion to ensure that all regulatory standards have been met and to identify areas of improvement. Having reviewed the audited accounts of the Uganda National Airline Company Limited for the year under review, the committee is cognizant of the struggles the airline has faced from the time of its revamp a few years ago and the prospect of a bright future. If the areas of improvement identified can indeed be addressed, we therefore ask the House to adopt this report with its recommendations. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Right Honourable Speaker.
And Clerk, you need to extract all these recommendations and refer it to IGG.
Right Honourable Speaker, permit me now to present the report of the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company for the audit year ended December 2024, with a copy of the original submitted or laid on table. A copy to you, Right Honourable Speaker, and with your permission, I would like to start. Right Honourable Speaker, at page 2 of the report, the Auditor General will make observations on the audit queries. The first, under 3.1.2, being long-standing receivables, amounting to a total of 889.59 billion. Accounting Office explained that these relate to amount withheld by UMEME
on account of non-payment of power bills by MDS. The schedule of MDS in question is enclosed in Annex 1, attached, and the letter requesting for direct recovery by the Ministry of Energy and the Mineral Development from the MDA is enclosed and annexed as 2. The company will continue to engage various distributors in an effort to enhance collection. The balance of the money relates to debit notes and late payment interest invoices in bulk has been settled after closure, save for a few which were disputed and investigations are ongoing between UETCL and UMEME to have the issue resolved. Section 5.3d of the agreement allows UMEME to offset against UETCL revenues in case government entities fail to pay their bills. The Ministry of Finance requested UMEME to settle the withheld amount with UETCL. However, UMEME insists that the amount is still due from Government of Uganda entities as per the attached list of MDS with arrears. UETCL continues to engage UMEME and government through Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and Ministry of Finance and Finance Planning and Economic Development to have this matter resolved and the amount refunded. Accordingly, management wrote to the Ministry of Finance to offset this amount from defaulting MDS and remit funds directly to UETCL. Letters of engagement with UMEME and Ministry of Energy are enclosed as Annex 3. The balance of 22.79 billion related to debit notes and late payment interest invoices, which have since been settled by UMEME. A copy of the letter from ERA to the Ministry referencing outstanding amount is enclosed as Annex 4. UETCL received an arbitration award in its favor in April 2024 for the payment by Falsalt of Uganda shillings 40 billion. UETCL filed its bill of costs for arbitration and the taxation award was delivered in March 2025. A copy of the arbitration award is also attached as Annex 5. UETCL has filed an application for enforcement of its award as a decree of court and is awaiting a court date for the hearing of the application. Upon obtaining the leave of the court to enforce the award, UETCL shall commence execution proceedings for recovery of outstanding amounts. A copy of the application attached as Annex 6. This relates to the amount withheld by UETCL on account of their claim for the losses incurred in their network as a result of evacuation of energy from the small embedded generation plants, which was disputed by UETCL, and the matter is before the regulator for review and determination. A letter is annexed as 7. The long-term solution is a wheeling agreement between UEDCL and UETCL, which will provide modalities for compensation of UEDCL for such losses. Draft agreement with UEDCL was finalized and submitted to ERA for approval, and a copy is enclosed as Annex 8. Licenses were not renewed by ERA. However, the PSA provides that obligations incurred prior to termination survive termination. 6 billion Uganda shillings relates to BEX and RARE requested UETCL. For colleagues, BEX is Bundibugyo Energy Cooperative Society, and RARE requested UETCL to disconnect BEX, not to disconnect BEX, and committed to pay the amount Bundibugyo Energy Cooperative Society owed UETCL. The amount to be offset against RARE levy payable to RARE Ministry of Energy. Evidence of the correspondence is attached. 2.17 relates to claims of losses incurred by Chirembe Investments Limited KIL in the process of evacuating power from the small generation plant within KIL area of operation. UETCL referred this matter to ERA for determination. ERA provided compensation for evacuation losses going forward, however, did not compensate the earlier losses incurred. KIL appealed, however, their license expired before the appeal was determined by ERA. UETCL wrote to ERA
to compensate UETCL with Uganda shillings 2.85 billion relating to Padela Beam Community Malt Electric Cooperative Society, PACMEX, and the reason given by client was non-payment of power bills by government entities, as well as delay by REA to refund their reimbursement costs. UETCL wrote to REA demanding that the amount payable is remitted directly to UETCL. This amount was offset against rural electrification levy payable to REA Ministry of Energy and stroke Ministry of Energy. Copies of the correspondence between UETCL and PECMEX and REA are enclosed. Management continues to engage government through Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Finance to have this amount reimbursed by Government of Uganda written off, and the interim the amount has been attached against the rural electrification levy payable to government. Observations of the committee. Failure by UETCL to collect the outstanding receivables reflects a laxity on the side of the company management. Considering that determination of Umeme concession was foreseeable and known to UETCL, there was no strong buffer, fallback position to enable UETCL recover the monies owed by Umeme contract to the company's debt management policy. 2. Despite Umeme being paid off by government, it did not settle its obligations. Currently, it is uncertain how UETCL will recover over Uganda shillings 500 billion from Umeme, seeing that they have exited the service. In 2022, a cabinet decision was taken to terminate Umeme contract following a resolution of Parliament. However, no concrete steps were taken to assertively take over the infrastructure, stroke property, and assets Umeme had taken over and used to claim a buyout, thereby shrinking the likelihood of recovery of the money owed. This property and assets would have had value to offset the debt owed by Umeme to UETCL. The long outstanding receivables may become bad debts, leading to potential write-offs and losses to the company. The pending court case negatively impacts service delivery, and protracted disputes become costly in the long run. The long time taken by ERA to resolve disputes as a regulator impacts negatively on the company achieving its targets. We recommend the accounting officer should institute mechanisms that ensure timely recovery of the outstanding receivables in accordance with the company's debt management policy to minimize potential losses. UETCL should explore expeditious ways of settling court cases, including out-of-court settlement, to avoid protracted disputes that become costly in the long run. Long outstanding payables. The Auditor established that included in the payables balance of Uganda shillings 750.91 billion reported under Note 30 is a balance of Uganda shillings 132.12 billion due to Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which has been outstanding for over 2 financial years. The payables resulted from rural electrification levy charges on local energy purchases that occurred before the amendment of the Electricity Act. While interfacing with the committee, the accounting officer further explained that management is aware of the outstanding obligation. However, the delayed settlement was majorly due to financial constraints imposed to UETCL as a result of certain commitments from Government of Uganda. This has been brought to the attention of the Government of Uganda through several letters, the latest being a letter dated 13th May 2022, in which UETCL responded to a letter from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development dated 14th February and provided clarification on the accumulated outstanding 5% rural electrification levy via letter dated 13th May 22. In the quoted letter, UETCL clarified that Uganda shillings 103 billion had been offset from the amount payable on account of the rural electrification levy, pending settlement of the following obligations by government. One, first, during the energy crisis of 2011, with concurrence of government, UETCL applied part of the collected 5% levy funds towards the settlement of power bills. so that once the government reimburses UETCL, the same would be remitted to REA, 33 billion. Uganda government has not availed the above fund to UETCL. 2. Umeme claims government entities owe them over 64.779 billion on account of non-payment of their bills. Due to this, Umeme Limited, in accordance with Section 53D of the Power Sale Agreement, PSA, withheld and paid itself 64.779 billion against UETCL invoice for delivered supplied energy. This was done after giving due notice to the government, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. As an interim measure, UETCL offset this amount from the rural electrification levy collected through the tariff and payable to REA / Ministry of Energy, and used the same to pay generators to avert possible power crisis. An amount of 6 billion was offset on account of the BEC's outstanding amount. This follows REA's request of UETCL to stay disconnection of power supply to BEC's and committing to pay all the outstanding monies that the cooperative owed UETCL. An amount of Uganda shillings 33 billion paid to power generators during the power crisis of 2011 and 15.6 billion pension arrears was paid to former UEB employees and their lawyers. UETCL will continue to engage government agencies to have all the withheld funds paid to enable UETCL meet this obligation. And finally, all above have been brought to the attention of the government of Uganda through several correspondences. UETCL will continue to engage the government agencies to have all the withheld funds paid to enable the company meet its obligations. We observe that the failure to set outstanding obligations affects UETCL and the ministry in their obligation to implement rural electrification program. We recommend that the accounting officer continues engaging the relevant stakeholders to ensure settlement of long outstanding payables as prioritized. Recognition of revenue from power sales. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General noted that UETCL previously recognized the revenue in full at the point of power sales without taking into consideration the fact that revenue is recognized at the performance of obligation, as the performance of the obligation is fulfilled. The Auditor General further noted that there have been insufficient disclosures in relation to the deferred revenues. IFRS 15.11 requires that the company discloses sufficient information to enable the users understand the nature, amount, timing, and uncertainty of revenue arising from the contracts with the customers. However, the company did not disclose the following: revenue recognized in the year that was included in the deferred liability balance at the beginning of the year. 2. Performance obligations satisfied, partially satisfied, and unsatisfied as at the year end. Payments made during the year for which no performance obligation has been fulfilled, i.e. WIP, and the timing of the satisfaction of the performance obligation and the amount allocated to the performance obligations. The committee observes that insufficient disclosures affect the user's understanding of the financial statements. Following the Auditor General's recommendation, an adjustment for the 22 billion was made as well as a disclosure, and this is depicted at the face of the statement of financial position under the non-current liabilities. We recommend that the accounting officer should enhance the subsequent disclosures to include information as required by IFRS 15 and enable traceability of the future investment plans. As a standard practice, reconciliations and adjustments of the financial statements should be done before the audit exit meeting, or else they be subjected to fresh audit. Observations on compliance with relevant regulatory framework. Procurement, unimplemented procurement, Right Honourable Speaker, represented from page 9 to 10, and the committee observes that the failure to fully implement or plan the procurement delays services for which the procurement of work, services, or goods were intended. We recommend that the accounting officer should ensure planned procurements are executed in a timely manner and unimplemented procurements be rolled over to the following period. Is low bidder participation. In accordance with Section 46 of the PPDA, CAP 205, all public procurement should be conducted in a manner that maximizes competition and achieves value for money. The Auditor General analyzed the bidders' participation by comparing the number of invited bidders with the corresponding numbers of participants and noted that there was a low bidder turn-up for up to 11 procurements worth 5.44 billion. Accounting Office explained that most of the services and supplies required by UETCL are highly specialized, rendering the supply market limited. However, the company will continue to make use of competitive methods in accordance with the PPDA threshold. Further, the low bidder participation can be attributed to unacknowledged bid invitations, unclear instructions to bidders, and impractical requirements which affects the bidder's ability to respond and comply. The committee observes that low bidder turn-up limits effective competition and defeats the motive of enhanced competition to achieve value for money. We recommend that the accounting officer should investigate and address the causes of low bidder turn-up so as to maximize competition in accordance with the basic principles of procurement. We noted delayed procurement of consultancy services and observed that inadequate funds affect timely execution of the planned activities as well as service delivery. It also depicts lack of adequate planning on the part of the agency or entity. Accounting officer recommendation should improve on planning and budgeting to ensure timely execution of the planned activities. Government should increase its funding to the agency to be able to execute its mandate. Completion of the pending 34.7 kilometer Toro Lira 132 kV transmission line. Audit established that the company awarded a contract on 13th December 2023 to MS Kalapataru Projects International Limited to complete the pending works of 34.7 kilometers 132 kV transmission line of Toro Lira at a contract price of $5,359,246 and Uganda shillings 8.22 billion under procurement reference number UETCL Works 2022-23/01061. On review of the procurement file, the Auditor General noted the following anomalies. Contrary to Regulation 37 of the PPDA Rules and Methods 2014, the statement of requirements and the bill of quantities for the procurement were inadequate. The bills eliminated items such as mobilization, demobilization, soil investigations due to changes in the corridor, site security, deployment, and reassembling of some towers. As a result of amending the bills of quantities, BOQs, the contract price was adjusted by USD 289,243.87 and Uganda shillings 0.71 billion. The procurement was initiated on 31st January 2023. However, the bid invitation was sent out on 24th May 2023, 4 months later, which indicates inefficiencies in the procurement processes. The accounting office explained that since the contract was for completion of the work that had been ongoing, the user department at the time of procurement initiation had not envisaged need for these items in the BOQ, but was established during pre-award negotiations as justification for price increase by Kalpataru. Going forward, management will ensure that user departments conduct adequate technical needs assessment in order to prepare a sufficient statement of requirements to avoid such cost changes. We observe the user department did not do adequate needs assessment, and the entity did not add sufficient supervision of the project in the respective phases. Inadequate needs assessment and incomplete BOQs result into increased project cost. The delays in the procurement process affects contract implementation. Recommendation: the accounting officer should ensure that technical teams and user departments support procurement requirements with proper needs assessments and accurate BOQs. The accounting officer should ensure that all staff are adequately trained and skilled to be brought to the required standards of their respective departments. A value for money audit should be undertaken by Auditor General in respect of the entire project to ascertain whether the work done was commensurate with the funds expended. Report on performance evaluation. We do an assessment of the company's financial performance, the operating margin, Right Honourable Speaker, and observe at page 16 that a fall in the operating margin below the desired level of 15% signifies a decline in profitability. Indeed, the decline posted, for example, in profitability is in forex exchange is 10.8 billion, a sharp and radical departure from the previous year's exchange rate gain of 60.1 billion. The committee does not treat this as innocent. The committee recommends that the Auditor General should undertake a special audit in this aspect and report to Parliament within 6 months. Profit for the year part. Right Honourable Speaker, a consistent increase in PAT signifies financial health and sustainable operations, which indicates effective revenue generation, cost management, and operational efficiency. This enables the company to reinvest in infrastructure, technology, and innovation that can lead to improved efficiency, enhanced service reliability, as well as reduced operational costs over time. The company's PAT decreased by 13.36% from 94.9 billion in 2022-23 to 82.25 billion reported in 23-24, suggesting reduced profitability. The reduced profitability is majorly attributable to the portion of the energy sales revenue that have been deferred to exclude revenue for the future investments within the tariff, whose performance obligation has not been achieved. The accounting office explained that the company continues to implement policies and actions that ensure sustainable and consistent profitable position of the company accordingly. We observe that reduced profitability points towards unsustainable operations of the company in the medium, long term, unless UETCL adopts policies or actions that could reverse this trend. Accounting officer provided no detail on the measures put in place to improve the profitability position of the company. Recommendation that the accounting officer should implement policies that ensure sustainability and consistent profitability of the company. Return on investments. The Auditor General noted that although the company's return on investment increased from 1.70 in the previous year to 1.89% of the current year, which suggests a slight improvement, the return is still way below the desired 5%. This indicates a suboptimal utilization of the company's assets to generate income. The accounting office explained that the company continues to fast-track projects to completion with a view to generating revenue and increasing its return on assets. We observed that the inability of the company to generate revenue and therefore low turn on assets is attributable to the fact that over 60% of the company's assets are still work in progress. We recommend that the accounting officer should fast track the completion of the projects under the work in progress to enhance revenue collection or generation. Liquidity assets. Liquidity ratio measures a company's ability to meet short-term financial obligations using current assets. A quick ratio between 1 and 1.5 is generally considered healthy. The Auditor General noted that the company had a quick ratio of 2.17 for the year under review, which is well within the desirable range. The Auditor General further noted that the quick ratio increased by 0.15 from the last year's ratio of 2.02, which suggests improved liquidity. The healthy liquidity position is majorly attributable to the operational funds from energy sales of 508 billion. Government of Uganda's contribution to PAP implementation and project implementation of 236 billion. Counting Office explained that the above funds are not excess in nature, however, tagged and committed to the several disbursement activities pending conclusion of the relevant processes under the way, like procurement, RAP processes, fixed funds on bank accounts for treasury management purposes. The committee observes and agrees with the Auditor General's observation that although the ratio suggests a low quick liquidity risk, excessive liquidity may indicate that the company is not optimally investing funds for grid service improvement. We recommend that the accounting officer should fast track the implementation of the activities attributable to the committed funds, and that excess funds are invested in relevant infrastructure projects to improve grid services. The debt ratio analysis. Debt ratio assesses a proposition of a company's assets financed by debt and is a critical indicator of its financial stability. A debt ratio exceeding 50% is generally deemed undesirable. The Auditor General established that the company's debt ratio as at 30th June 2024 was 55%, which is higher than the desired 50%, indicating that the significant portion of the company's assets is financed by debt. The Auditor General noted that the undesirable ratio is attributed to the on-lent loans for the International Development Agency, IDA, Exim Bank of China, African Development Bank, ADB, and the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA. The auditor further noted that although the company indicates that government has no intention to recover the loans in the foreseeable future, the ratio implies a high financial risk that may hinder the company's access to the future loans. Accounting Office explained that the company has engaged the government of Uganda on the matter of conversion of debt to grants and will continue to follow up on the same. The conversion will significantly improve the company's gearing ratio since the loans would no longer be a component of the company's long-term debt. We make our observations and recommendations on page 20 and then move to payment of dividends, where we make our observations and recommendations at page 21. In the implementation of the entity's mandate and unachievable strategic targets, Honorable Speaker, from page 21 to page 22, we make our findings, observations, and recommendations. And on the high rejection rate for the costs submitted to errors approval, our observations are found at page 24 and with recommendations at the same page. On the review of the implementation of approved budget, we make our observations at page 25 through to 26 with attendant recommendations. On underperformance of Government of Uganda disbursements, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 26
and recommendation at page 27. Operations and maintenance costs, we make observations at page 28 and with attendant recommendations at the same page. Right, Honorable Speaker, we make several observations from pages 29, from page 30 through to page 38. And by addressing the above stated challenges, the company could improve its financial and operational outlook to deliver the better services to its clients and stakeholders. By that, I beg to move that Parliament be pleased to adopt the recommendations. Right, Honourable Speaker, the other report relates...
And has I'd captured the whole report?
Yes. Yes, the other observations and recommendations relate to the following entities: the Electoral Commission for the audit year ended December 2024, which I beg to lay on table.
Let's do.
The other relates, Right Honourable Speaker, to... copy to the Speaker. Relates to the operations and the audit of financial statements of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, which I beg to lay on table.
Please do.
The other, Right Honourable Speaker, relates to the Insurance Regulatory Authority for the audit year ended December 2024, which I beg to lay on table.
Let's do.
The other one relates to the statements of Chirembe Mines Limited for the audit year ended December 2024. The other one, Right Honourable Speaker, relates to the statements of the New Vision Printing and Publishing Company Limited for the financial year ended 30th June 2024. I already laid this on table. Okay. In summary, Right Honourable Speaker, we have been able to provide the following: Uganda Revenue Authority Corporate Services, Uganda Revenue Authority Collection Accounts, Uganda Registration Services Bureau Operations, the New Vision Printing and Publishing Corporation, Chirembe Mines Limited, Electoral Commission, Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, the Insurance Regulatory Authority, and the Uganda National Airline Company. With that, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, we invite Parliament to find pleasure in adopting. We thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, for patience. And finally, permit me to thank the members of the committee and our staff assigned to us for a job I believe well done, for some sleepless nights. Yes, the last days have been tense, with the tone going up at times. It was a work hazard. They should bear with me. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the exhaustive reports. Honourable members, you've heard the reports that the chairperson has read out. Any comment? In the absence of a comment, I put a question that the reports of the Public Accounts Committee, commissions, statutory authorities, and state enterprises on annual reports of the Auditor General to Parliament for audit year ending 31st December 2024 with the entities, authorities that have been mentioned be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it. And as you've heard, the other authorities have not been, the reports are not ready. And as precedence has already been set, I now put a question that the House adopts the recommendations of the Auditor General on the entities that remain unconsidered by the Public Accounts Committee, COSASE, as contained in the annual report of the Auditor General to Parliament for audit year ended 31st December 2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. No. The ayes have it. Honourable members, we've considered all the reports and I have sent you more reports. I hope you find time in this critical time of campaign to consider them. I wish you could be considering whichever report that comes. You consider, you don't wait for all the reports. So those are the problems we have, especially at this time, but we want to thank you for these reports. Get time and read all these reports. And there are issues that border to criminality. I want to ask the clerk to extract them and have them forwarded, those reports to be forwarded, especially the one of the National Airline, forwarded to IGG for action. I want to thank all of you, members, who have endured to be in the House up to this time. And you know, God will always pay you back by coming back to the 12th Parliament. Yes. I now adjourn the House and dine.
Yes,